All right, guys, welcome to Press X Podcast, episode 146. Thank you guys so much for being here so early. As I always say, I am very much grateful and appreciative, if I could speak, of those who show up early, hang out in the chat. First and foremost, yes, that's right. I changed my setup to no one's surprise yet again. I mean, maybe to some people it's a little bit surprising because they're like, dude, you just went on this whole thing last week about your setup and how perfect it was. Devil Shooter asking, MBG, can I get a happy birthday shout out? Absolutely, Devil Shooter. Big happy birthday to Devil Shooter. I never say your full name. It's Devil Shooter 126M. But I think you seem to be cool with just being called Devil Shooter. So happy birthday to you, man. Hope you are able to celebrate, have some fun. And for those who don't know, Devil Shooter does the timestamps for the show every single week. And very much grateful for that. And we've now made it so that when he does those timestamps, I'm able to integrate it into YouTube to allow for YouTube chapters, which should make the viewing experience even better, even easier for people. So hopefully that's something that some of you have been taking advantage of for those who don't watch live but watch later on. That's interesting. YouTube is now... I'm going to get to Pragmaticat who donated a very, very generous super chat. So don't worry, Pragmaticat. I certainly am not forgetting about you. But I'm just noticing that YouTube updated here to where now they are letting me know when somebody super chats for the very first time. That's interesting. It actually gives me a little notification underneath now telling me to celebrate, or saying I should celebrate. So there you go. That's cool. YouTube never did that before. So thank you, Tim, for your very first super chat. I will read that in a little bit, and it has a little thing next to it. That's pretty cool. So really cool. William says, MBG, at least your setup doesn't change as much as the colors on your YouTube profile. Yeah, dude, don't look. I admit I have a little bit of OCD. The thing about the whole YouTube changing the thumbnails and everything, it's because it gives me a false sense of control. Like I don't have control over YouTube's algorithm. I don't have control over, whether or not they want to push my videos out there. And I just like do this thing in my mind where it's like, well, what do I control? What can I change? And I'm like, the thumbnail, the style, right? Like maybe that'll make a big difference. And it like never does. So I don't know. I'm giving myself a false sense of control there. But I see Luigi saying, MBG, how do you become a channel mod? Is there an application system for this? No, there isn't really like an application system or anything like that. Basically, what I look for are people who are here pretty much every week, or who are here for most of the weeks and can be, and, tune into most of the streams. And sometimes I do notice that people ask to become mods. And, it's one of these situations where basically what I say is if I happen to see you in the chat frequently interacting and, getting along well with the community, obviously, but being here and being here consistently, those are usually the things I look for mods. So Luigi, if you're interested in becoming a mod, I don't say that you have to be a channel member to become a mod. I feel like that's a little bit unfair, but it does help, right? Like it's one of these things where I'm going to be honest, like those who become channel members are clearly here to be very supportive on another level. Not to say that anybody who isn't a channel member isn't supportive. Everybody's supportive. As I always say, just watching the content is the most important thing. Those who super chat, it's not necessarily a requirement, but I do take note of it. That's all. It's just natural instinct, right? Like if I happen to see, it's kind of like a priority thing, right? Like where if I see two people asking to become a mod, one I notice has been a channel member for like a long time, and I see them in the chat frequently, versus somebody who maybe isn't necessarily a channel member. It's one of those situations. But at the same time, like it's one of these things where what it boils down to more than anything is, again, how you are in the chat, how frequently you're here, and how you get along with the community. So those are the things I really look for. So we'll see, Luigi. We'll see what we'll see what happens. I think right now my mods are pretty good. Like the reason why I don't go too much with the mods, or I don't have too many mods, I should say, is because I feel like MBG is pay to win. No, come on. I'm just being honest. It's one of these things where it's like if somebody is a channel member and they're asking, I'm going to take note of that. I'm only a human being. I think anybody would. It's not to say that I ignore everybody else. I don't, but that's just how it is, But when it comes to mods, I don't have too many mods, or I don't go too far out there because, I mean, look, I appreciate all the viewership that I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted by the chat. I appreciate all the viewership I get, but I don't feel like I get the type of viewership to where I feel like I have to have like 10 to 15 mods. It's not like I have like 5,000 people at one given time watching me. If I did, that would be a different circumstance. There has been times in the past where I've had certain streams that have like skyrocketed and there was like way more people watching me than normally, and the chat just descends into complete chaos. But on the weekly basis, we have a pretty consistent viewer base here, and it does grow. It waxes and wanes. It grows sometimes, and sometimes it shrinks, and that's just, it sounded a little weird, but that's how it is. So got a couple super chats to go here. So, all right, before I really start to lose track, that's the big problem. This is a 3 cups of coffee type of day. I told you guys with my with my newfound habit, I guess you could say, of drinking 3 cups of coffee a day. This is something that I started doing with the podcast. I got to admit, I've been doing it a little bit more now throughout the week. I noticed that, 1, 2, 3 o'clock rolls around. I'm like, you know what? I'll have another cup of coffee. And I'm a little bit afraid that it's going to, I'm going to get too accustomed to it. And the 3 cups of coffee on Sundays isn't going to have the same effect. But I'm just letting you know that I have 3 cups of coffee. So I'm going to try not to go too off track, go too crazy. I see people continuing to ask me about the Mark Cerny poster. We'll address that. But before I get to these super chats, we got to go through the whole beginning process here. First and foremost, I want to explain why my setup is different once again. It's not going to be long-winded, but last week I had a very different setup. I mean, I have like a new setup almost every week at this point. But last week I went on like kind of a tangent, basically telling you guys that, hey, this setup I have with the sofa, and the way it was is how it's going to be. I had to change it for a couple of reasons. The biggest reason is that I didn't actually think it through before I did that setup and did that podcast, where my wife has a very, very major surgery coming up, actually, say the 5th. So it's basically in a little over a week. She has major surgery. She's going to be on bed rest for many, many weeks. I'm going to have to take care of her. It's going to be intense for sure. And what I didn't realize, because I have my setup in my bedroom here, is that the way I had set it up made it not good for her when she's going to be recovering. And it just would have basically created more problems, made it difficult. I see Matt York asking if it's back surgery. No, it's not back surgery. So actually, I'll tell you guys this. I'm not going to go like all the way into it because I think it's not necessary. But some of you have been asking me because I've been talking about what's about to happen. So my wife has what's called endometriosis. This is it's a disease that affects females specifically. It usually affects like the reproductive organs and stuff like that. But the major surgery she's getting is what endometriosis basically is. It's like bad stuff that grows all throughout your body in women. And it affects women differently. Some women it affects way worse than others. There have been women unfortunately who like died from it. It's very serious. It's lifelong. There's no actual cure for it, but basically women who have it pretty badly, and when it grows out of control, they have to get surgery to remove it and keep it under control. And it's extremely painful. So it's not good, But the good thing is this surgery should get her, back to her old self. It's just the recovery. It's going to be brutal because it's a major surgery. Like, yeah, it's definitely, it's something that's giving her anxiety, giving me anxiety. It's just a lot's going to be going on. So this is why, for the past couple weeks, I've been really stressing to you guys that, the support you've been showing me it really does mean the world to me and my wife, because it's a challenge for sure. It's a challenge that's coming up. But the one thing I wanted to say is what makes my wife's situation particularly bad is that I think like every 1 in 10 women are affected by endometriosis, but unfortunately, there is like a certain subsection of women that are affected particularly bad by it, where it's like it's extremely progressive. And my wife happens to unfortunately fall into that category where it is extremely progressive. But luckily, as I said, we have a great surgeon who's, reassuring us that he's done this many times before and it should be good. So I just figured, I owe it to you guys to divulge a little bit of this information. And, you guys have been asking, and, I try not to get too personal here on the channel very often. But yeah, I really appreciate, the support you guys show. And I guess I will also add this before going any further. So she's getting her surgery on the 14th, so actually Valentine's Day. I'm going to, do my absolute best, as I say, to keep the content flowing and do the podcast as normal. That it should be okay. I mean, obviously I don't know exactly how everything's going to pan out, but I guess I'm just saying if you notice that things are a little bit more chaotic on the channel than they normally are over the next couple weeks, you'll know why. And I'll keep you guys updated, so you don't have to worry about that. And I see you guys in the chat. Don't worry. Obviously, Mrs. MBG comes first. She's the priority. But, I a lot of what I do here on the channel helps support us and the family. So, yeah. So no worries, guys. It should be it should ultimately work out good in the end and for the best. So just, some hurdles that we have to get over before then. So, but now that I've talked about that, I want to get to these super chats. I'm actually going to do these super chats before I give a breakdown of the topics that I'm going to talk about, because every time I break down the topics saying, here's what we're going to do, here's what I'm going to talk about, I end up, going into the super chats, and then I'm on that for like an hour and a half. So I'll do it in a little bit of a different order. One other thing I want to add here, just so I'm not forgetting anything. Another reason I decided to move my setup again is because something I did not consider or think through enough was how, if you see the chair I'm sitting on now, this is a, premium office chair, versus I did not consider like how it would affect my back and my posture sitting on a sofa, basically. And it was a pretty cheap sofa. It's not like a luxury sofa or anything like that, for 4.5 hours straight without moving. I did not realize, like, oh man, like my back is so stiff. If I do this every week, like it's just, I'm not going to be able to do that. And it was kind of weird because I thought it would be the other way around. Like I thought it would be more comfortable. I thought it would benefit me more. Turns out I was completely wrong about that. So this is, I'm sure as you noticed, this is basically the way my setup used to be, and it was this way for a very long time. This is how I plan to keep it. Anyway, enough talk about my setup. I'm going to get into these super chats. The first super chat comes from Pragmaticat M with a very, very generous $100 donation, which is insane. So thank you so much for that, man. Again, the support you guys show through super chats, through channel memberships, and just being here, hanging out with me, absolutely incredible. Couldn't have asked for a better community than what we have here. And you say, I just wanted to be the first to wish Hogwarts Legacy a very magical launch day, and may all of you be sorted into Ravenclaw. So yeah, that's the thing. We have Hogwarts Legacy coming up in just a couple days now, and this game is going to be, as I said, colossal. Okay, this game is going to be massive. It's going to do I think just massive numbers. And obviously that's a big part of it is, where are you going to be sorted? It's funny because I was just talking to my wife about this right before I went live. And my wife is a huge, huge Harry Potter fan, lifelong Harry Potter fan, read all the books, seen all the movies, just played all the games, most of the games. She's super, super into it. So she's incredibly excited for Hogwarts Legacy. And, I'm planning on picking the game up for her so she can play it while she's recovering, hopefully. And, it's perfect timing, I guess, because since she's going to be on bed rest, she'll be able to just kind of get lost in that world. And it's going to be a massive game. And, I'm mostly familiar with the different houses, right? Like I know Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and actually Ravenclaw. I was like talking to her about this. I'm like, I know Gryffindor is, they're looked at as like the good guys, right? Like the good house. Like these are the heroic types, I guess. And then Slytherin are kind of looked at as the, like the evil house. They're kind of the bad guys, the dark energy. And Hufflepuff, I think, has been they're looked at as like the kind of very nice people, good people, almost like to a fault, where they're almost like too nice. And then I was like kind of confused. I'm like, well, Ravenclaw, I'm not too familiar because I'm not that familiar with like the Harry Potter series. So I'm like, Ravenclaw, what's Ravenclaw? My wife was like, I think the best way to sum up Ravenclaw is like basically smartasses, right? Like people like the very intelligent, very competitive people, who are just kind of like, that's so I'm like looking at these different houses. I'm like, okay, so where would I be? My wife says that she is Hufflepuff. That's where she would be. And she told me, she's like, I'm positive you would be Slytherin, right? Like you would be put into Slytherin. And I'm like, well, I guess maybe I would. And it's funny because at the very beginning of the stream, I saw somebody in the chat. They were like, I'm pretty sure MBG is going to choose violence today. And I'm like, that's unfortunate. I do choose violence pretty frequently, don't I? When it comes to discussions we have. So yeah, I mean, I guess I probably would be in Slytherin. I mean, we'll have to see. Have I taken the Harry Potter test? I haven't. Maybe I should. Well, that's nice of you, Devil Shooter, saying MBG your leader, Slytherin is likely. Yeah, I've always been. I mean, to me, Slytherin seems like the coolest. I do like that energy. But yeah, that's the thing about Hogwarts Legacy, man, is again, I'm not too familiar with the series as a whole. I've read some of the books, I've seen some of the movies, but I could never like really get into it. But I have actually tried playing some Harry Potter games like way back in the day. And I couldn't get into them either, but there's something about this one, right? Like there's just this kind of aura around Hogwarts Legacy where I'm like, this looks really, really good. I mean, this looks like, I don't want to say masterpiece level. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but I'm seeing just a level of excitement for it. And, Harry Potter's huge, the fan base is huge, and the way the fans are basically looking at this game and talking about it, they're like, this is the dream game. Like, this is the dream game that we've always wanted. And even as somebody who's not too familiar with the series, who hasn't really, gotten too deep into it, even I can recognize, like, yeah, I'm getting that feeling too. This looks like it's going to be something special. And, there's more footage coming out. There are now leaks coming out. That the trophy list leaked. So yeah, here's the thing with me and Hogwarts Legacy, though. I'm still playing, and this was actually one of the topics I had listed talking about what I'm playing. I'm still playing Dead Space, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that. But I told myself that I wasn't going to do this thing this year, unless it's like a Sony exclusive for obvious reasons, so I could cover it on my channel. I told myself that I wasn't going to, that I wasn't going to just feel the FOMO and feel like I got to just drop what I'm doing now, the new game's how I got to play it right now. I want to keep my focus on whatever game I'm playing till I extract everything out of it. And I'm trying to take my time with Dead Space, but I am feeling the pressure a little bit. I have to admit, I'm feeling the pressure of Hogwarts Legacy's coming, and I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm either going to cave and decide that I'm gonna put Dead Space on the back burner, because there's no way I'm going to platinum Dead Space between now and the time Hogwarts Legacy releases, or I'm going to hold strong. I'm going to say, nope, I got to finish Dead Space, and then I'm going to move on to Hogwarts Legacy. It's tough. It's really tough because I don't know. I feel like Hogwarts Legacy is a big enough game that, you know, it's something I'm gonna want to talk about. You know what I mean? Like, or at the very least, I think you guys are gonna want me to talk about it. So we'll see. It's kind of something I haven't made a decision on yet, and I'm sure as we get closer, I will make that decision and I will let you know. So once again, Pragmatic Cat, seriously, thank you so much for that super chat, man. That's very, very generous of you. $100, that's crazy. You know, the donations you guys do for super chats go back into the channel. And as I always say, and it's just a good segue into this, say it every week. I will continue to say it as long as it remains true. If it wasn't for your direct support with super chats, with, you know, channel memberships, week over week, I would simply not be able to do what I do here in the way that I do it as frequently as I do it. And I'm, feel very blessed that I'm able to do it, and I love it. So thank you guys, really, sincerely. And we have Eve. I guess I'm saying your name right, Eve. I mean, it's EV. I don't know if you want me to say EV, Eve, but to me, it just, for some reason, I'm saying Eve in my head. Becoming a channel member, welcome to Greatness Awaits. Thank you so much for that. I see that you've been a channel member in the past for a little while, so thank you for coming back. Really appreciate it. Tim Malcolm, again, thank you for your first ever super chat. You're saying, hi MBG, just finished Deathstranding yesterday. I really enjoyed it. What do you think Kojima will do with Deathstranding 2? Different gameplay or the same? Well, you know what, man? I'm glad to hear that you played Deathstranding and you really enjoyed it. You know, that's the thing about a game like Deathstranding is it's a game where I feel like it's either really going to be for you, it's going to click and you're going to love it. But I have seen some people say that they've tried it and, you know, not being nasty towards the game, right? They're just simply like, it's just not something they could get into. It wasn't for them. So I'm happy to hear that you enjoyed it. You have to let me know if you platinumed it or not, or if you're going to platinum it. But when it comes to Death Stranding 2, that's the big question, man, is right now you can tell Hideo Kojima is being completely tight-lipped about the gameplay. He has not said anything about the gameplay. And I think this is very intentional. I do. Because regardless of whether or not you loved the gameplay of Death Stranding, there's no doubt it was controversial, right? And it definitely, I think, surprised people when we saw, I think there was a state of play that was done for it, where we saw the first gameplay and a lot of people like walked away from it. It was divisive where they were like, wait, so this is like a delivery simulator? And, you know, you saw people being like, oh my God, this looks so unique. This looks amazing. But you did see just as many people, maybe not as many, but certainly you did see people saying like, wait, this is it? Like, this is the gameplay? So I think the reason why Hideo Kojima is being very tight-lipped about the gameplay and why he hasn't said anything about it is simply because it's going to be different gameplay. I feel like the general theme itself of delivering stuff might not change. Like, if you think about it, this is like the core of what Death Stranding is about, right? Like delivering packages in this world. And it sounds silly, but it's like, if you play the game and you get the entire story, you understand like why it's so significant. And you know, why these are like, you're basically a delivery guy, a glorified delivery guy, but there's a reason for it. And there is more to it than that. There was action in Death Stranding, but I don't know, man. I've been following Death Stranding 2 as closely as I can. I've been listening to almost everything that Hideo Kojima has been saying about it, trying to kind of figure out if he's leaving any clues. And what I will say is that based off of everything I've heard Kojima say about the game so far, he has left a couple of clues, in my opinion, that seem to indicate this game, Death Stranding 2, is going to be more, I don't know if action is the right word to use, like action-oriented, but there was something he said specifically about how Death Stranding 2 is going to be much more familiar to people who played his past games. And to me, like, that is a just clear indication that, oh, so you're essentially saying that Death Stranding 2 has a much higher chance of being more similar to Metal Gear Solid than Death Stranding 1 was. Is that basic? Like, is that what you're putting down? Because that's what I'm picking up. Stealth action. These are components that were, again, in Death Stranding, but they were not prioritized. They were kind of like secondary. The prioritization in Death Stranding was the package delivery and the traversal. I could very much see a situation where that's actually maybe reversed in Death Stranding 2, where the prioritization is actually, maybe there is more stealth action gameplay. There is, you know, there are more weapons. There is more nuance, I guess you could say, in the way that enemies are laid out across the open world and encampments and all this stuff and boss battles. I could see that, but you know, I'm extremely excited for Death Stranding 2, and that's the thing I'm most excited about, is seeing that, you know, what's going to change. Because I'll tell you, if there's one thing that I'm getting from Death Stranding 2, at least the feeling I'm getting, is that I think there's going to be some major changes with this game. And yeah, we know how Kojima is. You know, we know that Kojima likes to try to experiment. He likes to do things that, you know, would be considered unique and different and unexpected. So this will be fun, man. I'm looking forward to getting more information. So thank you, Tim, for the super chat. Michael Lynch, you're saying, is that Mark Cerny with an eye patch over your right shoulder? I mean, maybe an older version of Mark Cerny with an eye patch, grows a mustache, wears a bandana. I know what you guys want. I know that I said I was going to get a framed poster of Mark Cerny. We'll see. Again, I'm not making any promises. If it ever happens, it's just going to happen. I'm not going to announce it. I'm not going to tease it. It's just one day a stream's going to pop up and there's going to be either a framed poster or something, you know, a canvas of Mark Cerny on my wall. And that's what we'll do. You're saying, why not Jimbo? Yeah, maybe one day, maybe as time goes on, we'll just create a whole shrine. We'll have Jim Ryan, Mark Cerny, Shuhei Yoshida, Herman Holst. That would be so funny, man. But yeah, that would be great. That would be great. One day we might make this a reality, guys. But right now, that's not necessarily the priority. So, like I said, if it happens, it's just going to happen. You're not going to have any warning. So thank you for that, Michael. Eve or EV, I don't know. Should I just call you EV? I feel like calling you Eve, I'm definitely saying it wrong. So I think I'll just call you EV until you say otherwise. All right. So EV, you're saying another great weekend with PlayStation family and great news for us all. Happy birthday, Devil Shooter 126. So that's very nice of you, wishing Devil Shooter happy birthday with your super chat. And yeah, that's so we are going to, I'm going to let you know some of the topics that I have to discuss. You obviously have a pretty good idea in the title of this stream of what we're going to discuss. But yes, that's the thing, is it has been a great week for PlayStation, and things are on the up, man. Like, there are some points that I really want to make sure I get across over the course of this podcast, mainly when we talk about PlayStation's growth during a time when most other companies are not growing. Most other companies are actually suffering right now. Kevin G was asking, so MBG, about the PS5 and it exploding, are we talking about like sales, or like, is your PS5 actually exploding? I tried briefly to convince him that my PS5 exploded, guys. Like, it just straight up blew up. But you know, then I realized people, you know, I don't want to be the source. I don't want to be that guy that suddenly I say something and there's articles being written up about it, and it's trending, and I'm like, whoa, what's this I'm reading about PS5's exploding? And then I click into the article and I'm reading, and I'm the source, you know. MBG confirms, you know, but PlayStation fanboy confirms PS5 exploded. So, you know, I had to take that back real quick and be like, you know what? No, man, we're talking about sales. No worries. We're talking about sales. And you know, I'm only gonna mention this briefly. I really don't want. I don't want to go into a discussion about this, but I just have to say. And if you follow me on Twitter, you know what I'm referencing. You know what I'm talking about. If you follow me on Twitter, you know what I'm talking about. So I had a situation happen this week on Twitter where basically I put out a tweet, and my tweet was a quote. There was a quote that I used, and I was talking about Wolverine, and I put out this tweet, and I walked away. You know, that's what I do a lot of times. I don't sit there and stare at my tweets. I put my thoughts or my tweet out, and then I walk away. And it was very much that scene of, you know, I walked away, and when I came back, holding the pizzas, and everything is on fire. And I'm like, what is happening? And I made something on Twitter trend. People claim that it was me who made it trend. I'm not so sure. I feel like it was already trending before that, but you know, it started to trend, and like people were. It wasn't a good thing though. Like it wasn't a good thing, and you know, I was like kind of shocked. I was like, whoa, what is going on here? And I'm not going to go deeper into it because it's not necessary, and I don't want to inadvertently bring more attention to the thing that people were upset about and, you know, getting upset about in the first place. But if you were there, if you witnessed it, if you know, you know. But it just goes to show, man, like when it comes to when it comes to social media and it comes to the way you word things, man, you gotta be ready for anything. You gotta be ready for anything because you just don't know how people are going to interpret it, what they're going to do, what they're going to run with. And, you know, speaking of Twitter, I don't know if you guys saw, but apparently, so it seems like a lot of you guys are out of the loop and I'm assuming most of you guys don't follow me on Twitter. All right, I'll give you a little bit more detail because now I feel bad. Now you're all probably sitting here wondering, like, what exactly are you talking about? So, okay, to be clear, and this is the most important thing I need to emphasize before I tell you, I was reporting what was said in quotes. Okay. Yeah. There. If you guys look at Dan in the chat, he was there. So, all right, to give you context, and this actually is one of the topics we're going to talk about, Wolverine for PS5. We got our first details on this game from a reliable insider, Jeff Grubb. I know a lot of people aren't a big fan of Jeff Grubb. Some people think he's like an Xbox fanboy. I don't see it that way. Like, to me, I don't have a problem with Jeff Grubb. I think Jeff Grubb is cool sometimes because he gives us some good information, and I'm appreciative of that, you know. And one of the things he gave us information on recently was Wolverine for PS5. Now, there were multiple articles written up about the details he gave us, and I want to emphasize, this is how Jeff Grubb described it, okay? He said that Wolverine is going to get a hard R rating, okay? That's what he said. And, you know, if you're somebody who is familiar with movies, which I think most people are, and ratings in movies, everybody knows that he was referring to, like, a movie, like, for example, if you imagine Wolverine, instead of it being a video game, it's a movie, you know, the term hard R rating means it's unequivocally, yeah, this movie needs to be rated R. Like, there's no chance that this was ever going to be rated anything lower. And yes, that's the confusion here, because in video games, it's not R ratings. In video games, it's M for mature ratings. And so, yeah, for those who are wondering, like, what does hard R rating mean? It's just like, you know, R-rated movies, right? Not for teens, not for kids, it's for adults. So he used that term, which I think he probably shouldn't have because it's just a little bit confusing automatically. But what I did was I went to Twitter and I said that, you know, Wolverine is rumored to have, and I put in quotes, it's very important for me to emphasize this, I put in quotations, hard R, end quote, rating. And apparently, like, when I came back to Twitter, I saw the term hard R was trending. And not not like for the reasons of we're talking about ratings. It became something else, and people were really running with it. And I'm like, oh my God, like, no, like, guys, no, we're talking about a video game. We're talking about ratings, guys. Like, we're talking about ratings. So I immediately deleted the tweet and put another one out there where I said M for mature. And I'm going to be honest, like, a lot of people were laughing about it, as in, like, they're trying to, I don't know if they're trying to make a joke of it, because it's a pretty weird joke to make, but you could tell that there was like this energy behind it, where I think everybody reading the tweet, realistically, like, everybody reading the tweet knows what it's saying. Everybody knows we're talking about ratings. We're talking about the rating a game is getting. But I do think that some of the confusion, I think some of the confusion came from the fact that he's basically, when he was talking about it and giving us the information, he was using movie rating terminology for video games. And so people who maybe aren't too familiar with movies, they don't watch movies, they don't care about the ratings. They don't even know, like, they don't know maybe, I mean, I have to imagine there are some people who don't know, like, what an R rating is. And I gotta be honest, guys, like, I was kind of perplexed. To be totally honest and transparent, like, I was very confused, like, how did this turn into this? And, I looked into it a little bit and I realized, like, oh, okay, like, the when people use the term hard R, it can mean something else. And people have kind of, on the internet anyway, or on Twitter, it's like people might read that very differently. And I'm like, well, like, I'm like really confused, because I'm like, what did you guys think I was trying to say? Like, when it comes to me talking about a Wolverine video game, what do you think I'm trying to say? Like, do you think I'm saying that, like, this is going to be a very different type of Wolverine game, a very different type version of Wolverine that we haven't seen before? Like, you know what I mean? It's like, come on. I feel like everybody reading that had to have known that, like, we're talking about the game having a mature rating. But at the same time, I do understand, and I actually agree, that it would have just been better to just say it's getting an M rating, because that's what video games get. They get M for mature. So, I just gotta say, man, that it was one of those moments. Like, I don't know if I've had a moment like that. I'm sure I've had moments like that in the past, but it's been a long time since I've had a moment where it's like, I genuinely was like, yo, it's like somebody, I saw there was another YouTuber. I don't know. I forget the name of the YouTuber. He has like 400 something thousand subs. And I think he covers like controversial stuff. And he replied underneath that tweet, and he said, you don't know what you just did. And I'm like, what are you talking about, man? Like, what do you, like, I genuinely, like, didn't know what he was talking about. And then I quickly found out what he was talking about. Like, you are very right. I did not know what I just did. So that was a thing that happened, this week. And, it just was like, okay, well, we're just going to use the M for mature terminology from now on. That's just better safe than sorry. That's what we'll do. So, but speaking of Twitter, I don't know if you guys saw, but Elon Musk actually announced, the new owner of Twitter. He actually announced that apparently Twitter's going to begin revenue sharing with their creators, or people on Twitter who are, I think, part of Twitter Blue. And, I got to admit, guys, I've been, you got anybody who's been following me for a while, we have been, I've had like a love-hate, mostly hate relationship with Twitter, and so many of you guys are like, dude, you got to get off Twitter, just delete it. And then I've always felt like it feels really hard to just delete it and get rid of it, because I have like 55,000 followers. And I feel like that's a lot of people, who chose to follow me and maybe interested in getting some of my tweets. But I've always felt like I feel like, what am I getting out of Twitter? Like, true. Like, I feel like I'm getting nothing but frustration and annoyance out of Twitter. And when I saw that Elon Musk announced that they're going to start revenue sharing with people who are, I think the requirement is you have to be part of Twitter Blue, which is like Twitter's, like you have to subscribe to it. You get the blue verification. I didn't care about that at all. Like I never cared about being verified. It doesn't matter to me. But now you can pay for the blue verification that lets you know you're part of Twitter Blue. And I'm like, oh, okay. So, this is something I'm going to look into because I'm like, I went from viewing my Twitter as completely useless, getting literally nothing out of it, but just frustration and questioning why I'm even here, to now it's like, I didn't see that coming at all. And here's the most interesting thing about Twitter's decision to share ad revenue with creators. Elon Musk apparently made it clear that he's going after YouTube specifically. Somebody posted like that meme. I'm sure you've seen the meme. It's of the Grim Reaper going from door to door with the scythe, the bloody scythe. And there were, they put Elon Musk's face on the Grim Reaper and he was knocking on YouTube's door. And he actually responded to this tweet by saying like, yeah, we're going to talk about this. Like there's going to be more information on this coming soon. But yeah, we're looking to basically compete heavily with YouTube specifically. And that's like, I guess what I'm trying to say is I had no idea that was even a thing that was supposed to happen. I didn't know that was something Twitter was pursuing. Twitter for the longest time was the opposite. Twitter was not a place where, people went to, have that type of interaction with their community. So I guess I'm just putting this out there because, I'm going to look into it, see what comes of it, keep my eye on it, and I'll keep you guys updated on that. But yeah, I had to tell you guys that little story when it comes to Wolverine and that whole situation. So yeah. Rashtam, you're saying, but how both sites do two different things. Well, apparently, so something that Twitter started doing, just so you understand, because I thought that too, like, how are you going to, wait, there are ads on Twitter? So the way ads on Twitter work is if you click on a tweet to go view replies and interact with it, there are now like ads, like kind of interlaced in between replies. And I started noticing that. I was like, oh, okay, I guess there's like ads now. I mean, it makes sense. Elon Musk made it clear that he wants Twitter to try to start making money. I mean, for how much he paid for it, I get why he would want to do that. So now, they're apparently going to take some of that and distribute it. So we'll see how it works out. Luigi, you're saying that IGN dude Destin is so biased on Xbox, LOL. I mean, I'll be honest. I don't watch. I think I know what you're talking about. I think you're talking about Destin Legary. I don't have an axe to grind with him. I don't have any problem with him. I honestly don't watch his content. But I've seen some people say that previously, where he seems to have a bias towards Xbox, and I don't think there's necessarily a problem with that. I feel like as long as you're transparent about it, I don't think people care, right? Like for me, I do not hide the fact at all that yes, I have a bias towards PlayStation. Now, I also understand that with me admitting that, anytime I talk about Xbox or Microsoft, people will automatically assume, understandably so, that I shouldn't listen to anything this guy has to say about Xbox because he has a preference towards PlayStation. Now, I can't argue that. Because it's like, if you don't want to hear the PlayStation dude talk about Xbox, you might want to go hear the Xbox dude talk about Xbox, or the dude who likes both talk about it, right? That's fine. But I also do feel at the same time that there are some things that I think, I'm not trying to, toot my own horn here, nothing like that. I'm just saying that there are some takes I've had some bad takes on Xbox for sure. I've had things that I've been completely wrong about, but there are also things that I think I have been completely correct about and that I have called correctly. And most of the things we talk about are unknown factors right now, where no matter who you're listening to talk about it, no one actually knows what's going to happen. So, I'm understanding and accepting of the fact that, okay, that's true. So I guess he still does work for IGN, and some people are saying that, he should be more, he should be more like neutral. Yeah, I get that. I guess. I feel like, this is no offense to these websites or anything, but dude, I feel like IGN, is really a shell of itself. I mean, I just can't help but notice, like, I still follow them on like Twitter, for example, and I just can't help but notice, like, I don't know, do they get the same type of yeah, I don't know, man. I noticed that some of these websites are also suffering some layoffs, and I mean, it sucks. I feel bad, but it just goes to show, man, like, things really have changed when it comes to the way, video games are covered and the gaming industry is covered. So, but yeah, it is what it is, man. Live and let live. Mepsic, member for 29 months. You're saying, dude, I'm hype for Hogwarts. Yeah, you are not the only one, man. Believe me, there are a lot of people very, very excited. Yeah, dude, the next couple weeks, I think, are going to be totally dominated. I'm going to be honest, I feel kind of sorry for the other games that are releasing around Hogwarts Legacy. I mean, we have like Wild Hearts, we have Wo Long Fallen Dynasty, and I'm sure there's something else coming out in February I'm forgetting, but I don't know, man. I feel like Hogwarts Legacy is one of these games that's so big it's going to suck up most of the oxygen. I feel like Hogwarts Legacy is actually right in the exact same position that Elden Ring was this time last year. Last February, it was Elden Ring. This February, it's Hogwarts Legacy. So, yeah, dude, the hype is real. William Agler, thank you, man. You're saying, please go to Wizarding World and take the house sorting test on this live stream. It would take less than 5 minutes. It would be fun. The questions are interesting. Wizarding World. I'm going to end up... Wizarding World quiz. As long as it's short, I wouldn't mind. Take quiz. Start quiz. Speaking of colors, what color? Wait. Oh, I think this is the wrong one. Hold on. Let me check. Okay, that's the wrong quiz. Dude, what? They have so many quizzes here. This is crazy. They have like a whole... I guess if I wanted to learn a lot about True or False Ravenclaw edition. Why can't I find the I'll just search it real quick, because I don't know. I'm kind of curious myself. I don't know. Wizarding World house quiz. There we go. Discover your Hogwarts Legacy house. Okay, why can't I just take the quiz though? Dude, it's giving me like everything but the quiz. The first year quiz. All right, maybe I'll save it towards the end of the stream, because I'm having trouble. I don't know why it's not just coming up for me. But I don't know. Give me a second, because it seems like you guys do want me to do it. The sorting hat. Is that it? No. Quizzes. The Harry Potter for Beginners quiz. Dude, they have hundreds of quizzes. Like, shouldn't this one just be... Am I, like, dumb? I must be dumb. Like, I'm probably just... How well do you know the sorting hat? What the... This is crazy. They have quizzes for every square inch of this franchise. Give me the... Okay, so somebody... Give me the exact name. It's a fake site, probably. Dude, this does not look fake. What's the... Link him, chat. Damn. Yeah, the only problem is links don't work in the chat for some reason. I don't know why. Is it the sorting hat? It's the sorting hat. Okay. All right. I think I just scrolled past that one. Not. Okay. Sorting hat quiz. Okay. Bro, I'm getting like so annoyed because it keeps like telling me to log in. Does it have to be from Wizarding World? That's the question I have. Does it have to be from Wizarding World? Or can I just do anyone? Because there's a few that are popping up here. Oh, okay, I got it. No, look, it says. So I'm clicking on it. It says discover your Hogwarts house on Wizarding World. And it's not giving me a quiz. Although it has some pretty good information here about the different houses. Sign up, it's only email and password. I don't see, dude, that's where I'm getting. You have to sign up. Okay, see, that's where it's like, I don't know about that, man. Like, I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know. Maybe we could do it next week. Maybe I should save it for next week, though. You know, like when the game's actually out. Maybe in that time I could, or I could do another one. I mean, start quiz. Whatever. I think maybe I'll save it for next week. You're saying the other quizzes are frauds? Yeah, I feel like no, it's not hard to sign up, but oh wait, there we go, Devil Shooter, you got the link. But yeah, the only thing is saying do not bend the knee, MVG. The only thing is I'm afraid things are gonna get too off track. So what I think I'll do is maybe prior to the podcast next week, I'll sign up for it and I'll do it. I'll have a certain section of the podcast like dedicated to it, just because like, you know, doing it off the cuff right now, it's gonna get me all scrambled. So we could do it as like a celebration of the release of the game. I think that'd be pretty fun. But I'll keep the link saved so we can do that, because I feel like that would be interesting. You know, you guys are probably gonna be like, oh, let's get some more insight into MBG. I gotta be honest, like I'm kind of curious myself though too, you know, because my wife is, as I said, she's convinced I would be part of Slytherin. So I don't know. We'll see if she's right. But yeah, William, we'll do that next week to celebrate the launch of Hogwarts Legacy. Josh, you're saying, will you be covering the GT7 PSVR2 impressions from this week? I cannot believe how incredibly high the praise is for it. IGN's Ryan McCaffrey was blown away. Yeah, so the thing about with PSVR2 is I am hopeful. My friend says he's going to have it at launch. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to secure one at launch, although I do want to get one. But he's telling me that he's hoping to have it at launch, and he told me he'll lend it to me for a little bit. I can just, you know, try it out, get familiar with it, so I can, you know, not only try it myself, but talk about it with you guys, let you know what I think. When it comes to GT7, so that's the thing that's really getting me very interested in this, is that like the praise I'm hearing for Gran Turismo 7 on VR2 is like very, very high. Very, very, I mean, like they're saying that this is like mind-blowing. Space Gambler Jr. is asking if it's brown sugar. Yes, actually, that's exactly who it is. See, some people remember. Some people have been here since the beginning. They know. But when it comes to VR2 and GT7, yeah, dude, I think I'm gonna. My whole thing about it is right now, diving into VR2 at launch does not feel right for me right now, simply because there are too many games at once. Like, dude, I just talked about how Hogwarts Legacy's coming out, and I'm over here like trying not to sweat about Dead Space because I'm not quite finished with it yet, and I still have a bit to do in the game, and I want to do. And then it gets, I don't say worse after that because that makes it sound bad, but there's just so many more games lined up back to back to back between now and basically June, right? The first half of this year is just so stacked. And I'm like, dude, I'm looking at VR2. I mean, it's expensive, yeah. At least I think for most people, it's a bit expensive. But it's an investment that I want to make. But the thing is, I don't want to make that investment if I know it's going to be on the back burner. I want to make the investment when I'm like, honestly, to me, the best possible time to get VR2 will be, because we all have these moments, right? They're just those moments where, well, maybe unless you have a massive backlog, but I feel like we all have those moments where it's like, I'm looking for something to play. I'm kind of in that in between where it's like, I just finished a game. There isn't like a new release that's out right now, or it's a ways away. So you're trying to like figure out, what am I going to play now? I feel like that would be the perfect time for me to dive deep into VR2, because I just don't feel comfortable doing it when I feel like there's all these other games I have to juggle around it. It makes me feel kind of overwhelmed, and like I could very much see, I could see me getting VR2 and being like, oh my God, I'm hooked. Like, I'm completely hooked. Maybe I'll get completely hooked on GT7 and VR2 or whatever other games there are, right? Like, I could see myself getting hooked, and that makes me kind of nervous because I'm like, no. I don't want to be put in a situation where suddenly, you know what? I don't want to play Hogwarts Legacy right now. You know what? I don't want to play Resident Evil 4 Remake right now. I don't want to play these games because I just want to play VR. That would depress me. It would be weird because it's like VR would have to be just that good. But I'm also afraid it might go the other way, where I don't want it to be a situation where it's like, VR, I'm trying these games and they're pretty good, but they're like, I'm going to put the headset down now though, because I really want to play Hogwarts Legacy, or because I really want to play Resident Evil 4 Remake, or whatever game it might be. Like, I don't want that to happen either. I want it to give it its fair share. So that's why I was kind of like, excited when my friend was like, yo, dude, he's really stoked for VR. He's more excited about like my friend he's not playing Hogwarts Legacy. He's not playing RE4 Remake. He's not interested in these games coming out. He's interested in VR too. Like, that's what he's most excited about. So to me, it's like kind of a win-win situation. I feel like I want to be able to talk to you guys about my thoughts on VR2. And I feel like that's something you guys would be very interested in. I'm interested myself. I want to know, like, is this really... I've seen quite a few people over time tell me that VR is just something like, dude, once you experience it, it's like it changes your whole perspective on gaming. And, I'm curious to see if that's true. I want to experience that firsthand for sure, to know. But I want to do it in the right way. Like, that's the thing, is I haven't purchased GT7 yet, and I feel like this would be the perfect time to do so. The upgrade's free, Yeah, dude, I've never tried VR, not once. I've never put a VR headset on my head. And I'm glad I didn't. Do you want to know why? Because now the first VR experience I'll ever have will be with PSVR2. And, this is why I get kind of excited, because people talk about how, like, dude, this is like a massive generational leap. Like, this makes... this makes VR1 look like, not good. So that's why I'm kind of excited. Full wheel setup to go with it. Yeah, dude, that's the thing, is that the big question I have is like, what game do I play first for VR2? Because, I feel like I'm leaning towards GT7. Like, it just what I've heard people saying about GT7 and the experience in VR2, it makes me feel like, is this the killer app? We know Horizon Call of the Mountain is going to be really good. And that is, I think, in the eyes of a lot of people, the killer app. I feel like Resident Evil Village would be another great one. Like that one's going to be interesting and exciting. But I'm just thinking, like, what would it be like? And I just can't help but think this. What would it be like if my first ever Gran Turismo experience, because I've never played Gran Turismo in my life. I've seen copious amounts of gameplay. I've never actually picked up the controller and played the game myself. What if my first ever experience with the Gran Turismo franchise is you're putting a VR headset on and this is my first time ever playing the game? Like, I just wonder how mind-blowing that would be for me, you know? I can't help but like think like maybe I should just let that be the first experience I have with VR2. But yeah, man, it's crazy. Like, I feel like VR2, for the longest time, it felt like it was so far away, and now here we are, dude. It's just a mere weeks away from releasing. So, and we do actually have more to talk about when it comes to VR2. We got a report from Bloomberg earlier this week that claims apparently Sony like cut in half, supposedly. Bloomberg claims that Sony cut in half their sales expectations. They cut them in half, and the reason for it was due to low pre-orders. And then Sony actually came out and responded by saying, "No, we didn't cut anything." And you know who I listened to talk about this recently, because I've been watching his content more, is Mystic. Again, shout out to Mystic. Great content. But I heard him talk about this, and his take on it was interesting, because he said that, the thing about Bloomberg is that they've been accurate before with some things, right? Like his take on it was basically like, we don't know who to believe here. And that was surprising to me, because I was listening to him and I thought he was just going to be like, yeah, no, the Bloomberg was completely false. But he did point out that, there are times where Bloomberg has been correct about some things when it comes to Sony. And it's interesting to me, because it does make you wonder, like, it's not to say that, so like, I feel like there could be a little bit of truth to a degree. I don't know that Sony would be able to come out and just flat out say, we did not cut anything, if they actually did, because that, they're, again, like, Sony's a publicly traded company, so it's like they're beholden to the shareholders. And I feel like you can't really just flat out say you didn't do something if you actually did. I feel like in this case, I would assume that might be quite risky. But the thing about it is you do have to wonder, like, how does Sony really view PSVR2 internally? Because I don't think anybody doubts that the commitment is there. They put everything into the headset to make it what it is. They're releasing it. They have a strong launch lineup for it. I think it's a really strong launch lineup, frankly. But, there are some people who, like, again, one of the things that Mystic pointed out is how, like, he thought it was very strange that Sony didn't do a full-blown show dedicated to VR2 when it seems like they should have. And I saw somebody in the comments say, like, Sony is pretty clearly treating VR2, it's like a soft launch for them. Like, they don't expect it to explode out of the gate, but they expect it to be something that just slowly gains more and more momentum over time throughout this generation. And hopefully, if the economy improves in the, coming years, more people will get PS5s, obviously. I mean, that's going to happen no matter what. And as the PS5s begin to sell more and more, and that base install base, begins to grow, it's just more likely that these people they might consider, I'll go buy this peripheral. I'll go buy PSVR2. So, to me, that kind of makes sense, where it's like, Bloomberg, I don't know if I can really trust them at all anymore. Regardless of if they've been correct in the past about things, I can't help but notice that Bloomberg seemingly only reports on Sony when it's something negative. And frankly, I'm just getting tired of that, where it's like, oh, the PS5, we're hearing that they have a 50% yield rate or something like that, where like 50% of the PS5 consoles being produced were just not functional or whatever, you know? And it's just like, okay. And then we hear this, and I think, and there has been other reports as well that I can't remember off the top of my head, but I just feel like when it comes to Bloomberg and Sony in particular, it's always bad news. It's always bad stuff. And a lot of times it seems like it's either blown way out of proportion or it's just way over exaggerated. You know what I mean? And I don't know. It just got, it leaves me in a position where it's like, I don't know that I care to really hear from Bloomberg when it comes to this type of stuff, because it's like, I understand that not every report is going to be good, right? I don't expect every insider report for Sony to be, sunshine and rainbows, everything's perfect. But I feel like it's just a situation where with the bad, there's going to be some good, right? Like, and with the good, there's going to be some bad. You take the good with the bad, vice versa. And I just feel like every time we're hearing from Bloomberg, it's like, no, it's just bad. Like, bad things are happening at Sony all the time. Or like anytime we report on it, it's just the bad. It's like, okay, and I'm going to be honest too, like, this report to me, like, I think Sony is kind of pissed. Like, I feel like you can tell Sony is pissed off at Bloomberg, because it's like, why do you need to tell people that? You know what I mean? Like, it's just, even if Sony did have to change their projections and they're not getting as many pre-orders, like, who cares, man? Like, let people just be excited for VR2. Let people who want to support it. And I feel like this just creates a kind of fear-mongering mentality around VR2, where it's like, oh man, well, I don't know if Sony's not confident in it. I don't know if come on. It's not like Sony's history is something you can't just turn back and look at. That Sony, and look, this is just the truth, man. Sony is willing to abandon products. They are willing to abandon products, like we've seen with the Vita, if they feel like it's just not sustainable. So no matter what your thought process is, no matter what's going behind your decision to purchase a new peripheral from Sony, you are taking the chance. You're taking a risk. They might end up abandoning it. And it's not just Sony. All companies do this with certain things. It's relatively normal when it comes to tech and electronics. But based off of everything I've seen, I don't see Sony abandoning PlayStation VR2. I see quite the opposite. Now, worst case scenario for me, right? Worst case scenario for me is I see Sony maybe not pursuing VR after PSVR2 if it doesn't catch on the way they're hoping. If the growth isn't there, I think they'll support VR2 for as long as they can, for as long as what makes sense to do, 10 years or something like that. But I don't know if that's like too long, maybe like 8 years. I don't know. But for an extended period of time, and if the growth just isn't there for VR and Sony feels like we can't sustain this, it's not worth it, then I think there just might not be a PSVR 3. However, if the growth is there and it does begin to take off at some point, Sony's been there from the start. Sony's going to have that advantage of they put their faith in this. They really believe that this could be a thing, and it maybe took a while, but now it is. And, maybe PSVR 3 could be colossal. It's just, I just feel like right now, you don't need an inside report to maybe tell you that maybe pre-orders for VR2 aren't as high as maybe Sony would have liked, or we don't even know what Sony's expectations are, but maybe they're just not that great. And I feel like, well, it's an expensive peripheral that's being released for a console that is only just now readily available for everybody to buy. So of course it's not going to be, I don't think there's going to be 2.5, 3.5 million PS5 or PSVR2 units pre-ordered right now. It's an expensive peripheral during a time when the economy is kind of tanked, right? And again, considering the PS5, it's like, this doesn't surprise me. I think it's just a soft launch from Sony, and I think that they're hoping it gains more momentum as we go further into the generation. So, The only question I really have, and what I would like to know about like Sony's internal expectations for PlayStation VR2, I would like to know how many units lifetime wise, like how many lifetime units do they feel like they need to hit in order to feel like it's worth it for them and they want to keep pursuing VR? Is it 7 million? Is it 10 million? Is it 15 million? I mean, I don't know, but I would love to know because I think that would give us, some good insight, and maybe we'll find out at some point. But one thing I will tell you for sure, and before I move on here and read the rest of these super chats, one thing I will tell you for sure is that when it comes to VR2, one thing we can kind of gauge with Sony is if VR2 at some point like does some kind of big numbers for Sony that are pretty impressive, Sony will let us know about it. That's not to say that if Sony's quiet and they don't announce anything, it doesn't mean it's doing bad, but it likely means it's not like breaking any type of record or setting a new record or anything like that. So some things something you just might want to pay attention to when VR2 launches. So thank you for that, Josh. Sim Particle, it's letting me know here this is your first time super chatting, so we'll celebrate that, man. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Appreciate seeing the new super chats. You're saying, what if Sony sent more of their development talent to WB to help craft a masterclass game in exchange for all the marketing rights? Would explain why it's looking to be a potential game of the year. I feel like that's a little bit conspiratorial, but the truth is we don't necessarily know the length of these deals. What I will say is that if that were to have happened, like what we saw with the Callisto Protocol, it would have to be in the credits. So, I'm going to assume that there are going to be no Sony developers in the credits of Hogwarts Legacy. But to me, when you're talking about like marketing rights, what I think is happening with Sony is I think Sony is just trying to make moves that on the surface make a lot of sense and seem smart, right? Because you have to imagine that Sony approached WB pretty early when they heard about this game being in development. You think about the first time we learned about this game, it was at the 2020 September PlayStation 5 showcase, right? Clearly, Sony went to WB and was like, we would like to have this game on the PlayStation platform alongside it, announced it alongside the PS5, because I feel like the Harry Potter name alone drives it. But I remember hearing that apparently WB and Sony were kind of shocked to see how many views the announcement trailer for Hogwarts Legacy garnered on PS5. That showcase trailer garnered like 25 million views, which is insane. Like that is absolutely wild for any game to get a trailer for a game to get that many views. And I think after that, basically Sony was like, oh, we made a very smart move. Like this was a smart play, getting these marketing rights. And you've seen multiple trailers. You've seen this game get a whole dedicated state of play. There have been trailers put out for Hogwarts Legacy. Basically, I think Sim Particle, what you're pointing out is that in a way, Sony has kind of treated Hogwarts Legacy like a first-party game. So it's understandable why you would sit here and think maybe, did Sony exchange some of their development talent? I mean, look, man, I'm not saying it isn't possible that some secrets can maybe be shared a little bit, maybe Sony can give them a couple tips potentially. I'm not sure. But if I had to guess, what it kind of comes down to is Sony wanted to get the marketing rights to the Harry Potter name. And it just so happens that they did it at the perfect time because this is going to be the best Harry Potter game ever made. Potentially one of the best games made ever in the eyes of some people. So yeah, and they do have some exclusive content as well. So I think Sony just was like, we're all in with this game, man. We're all in. I will say, when it comes to the exclusive content, the exclusive mission, that's something that I think Sony probably pursued after they saw like just how popular this game was going to be and just how well it was going to sell. So, this is a situation where we'll have to check the end credits of Hogwarts Legacy, man, and see if I'll tell you this, I don't think Sony would give any of their development talent for free. It's like when people saw that there were Sony developers in the Callisto Protocol's credits. That's not because Sony just said, we'll help out with the Callisto Protocol. No, they had to pay for that. Sony offers development services, So, could WB have maybe, what I could see being likely though? Sony giving a discount because they have the market, they have a marketing deal. I could see Sony giving like a discount on like how much they're asking to be paid for the services that they're offering. To me, that would probably make the most sense. So thank you for that, Sim Particle. And yeah, I will say Hogwarts Legacy does look like it could be a Game of the Year contender for sure. Pragmatic Hat M again, member 15 months. You're saying Ravenclaws wear blue, Hufflepuffs wear yellow, Gryffindors wear red, and Slytherins wear green. Would you say you bully Xbox, or that you are a smartass towards Xbox? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think I bully Xbox. I don't. Like, I get so frustrated because, dude, did you guys see how like it was just put out? The news came out that Redfall, that the Xbox exclusive, Redfall is going to require an always online connection, even if you want to play the game solo single player. And I'm like, the first thing that popped into my mind is, didn't we see Gran Turismo 7 get utterly obliterated last year for this exact same thing? And the point is this. The point is, any game that can be played single player should not require an always online connection, period, end of discussion. And I know it's ironic because I'm pretty sure Hogwarts Legacy requires this, which that's insane. Like, if there's one like negative thing about this game, it's probably that. And yeah, I've noticed that too. I've now seen more people coming out and saying that they were going to buy Redfall. Like, they were going to purchase the game full price, $70. Yes, that's right, guys. Xbox charges $70 for their games too. Who would have thought? They're going to pay $70, and they were going to. And now that it's always online, they're like, I'm going to cancel this, and I'm just going to get it through Game Pass. And you know what? Let me double. I want to double check this to make sure I'm not putting out bad information. Hogwarts Legacy always online. Somebody pointed out that it was on the that would make no sense. Let me see. Always online. Always. There's a Q&A here. I'm trying to find it. Wow, there's a lot of questions here. You know what? These are too extensive. It does not have. So it doesn't have online or co-op. Maybe chat. You got me on this one? Hogwarts is not always online. Yeah, so, you know what? Because I think what confused me... I'm going to check the box art. Because I feel like the box art... Somebody showed me box art of it that said it was. But now I'm like, wait, it says internet required on the box. That's what I think people were pointing out. So I don't know if that, it has an internet required on the box. So I don't know that means it's online only. That would make zero. Is it maybe because of the patch that they're going to need an update? That makes sense. Okay. Yeah. I could see how that maybe could confuse some people, but there is a difference, right? Because that would have been the dumb, like, I would have truly been confused, where it's like, this game is single player only, no online component, no co-op component, but you have to be online all the time. Like, that would make zero sense. And, now that I think about it, no one was talking about that. So I think I just saw it on the box and I assumed. So that one I screwed up. And that's great news. That's great news. Hogwarts Legacy saying you need an internet connection for what is likely patches and also for DLC potentially. But yeah, very likely the day one patch. The day one patches are like more important than they've ever been. So yeah, that makes sense. But to get back to the point I was trying to make, you know, I get frustrated at times because I basically was calling out Redfall a little bit for being online only, just simply saying like, you know, I'm pretty sure Gran Turismo 7 got absolutely crushed by the Xbox fan base for being online only, and not just the Xbox fan base, the PlayStation fan base, rightfully so as well. And at that time, anybody who was listening to my podcast last year when GT7 came out or listening to what I had to say, I pushed back against it as well, basically saying like, this isn't how it should be. Like GT7 should be playable offline. Now, the reason why they said it was online only for GT7 or always needed to be connected to the internet, apparently they said it was to combat cheating in the game. I'm not familiar enough with Gran Turismo to be able to say like, oh, that makes perfect sense. But, you know, that's where I would have to genuinely ask Jay Pierce. Don't worry, man. I want to just say real quick, because I do see some people in the chat saying that I'm not reading their super chats. Just know I am going to 100% read your super chats. I'm just very slow to get to some of them. That's something I'm trying to be better with, but I try to make sure you know, if I have a thought that pops in my head based off a super chat, I got to run with it. So no worries. If you ever super chat me, don't ever fear that I'm not going to read it, because I promise it will get read no matter what. That's something I always make sure of. So no worries there. But when it comes to GT7, like, you know, I have always felt like, yeah, the game should be playable offline. And I'm curious as to what Gran Turismo players feel, right? Like, do Gran Turismo 7 players actually care that it's online only? Are they happy that it is, so it actually prevents cheating? I'm not sure. But, you know, I feel like, you know, I just don't like the fact that the hypocrisy is just so obvious, where Redfall's announced it's online only, and it's getting some pushback for it. Like, you know, a lot of people are like, dude, this game shouldn't be online only. I should be able to play this game offline solo. But then you see the defenders come in, right? Like the Xbox fanboys coming in to defend, being like, well, it's a new IP and it, you know, it's basically supposed to be online and it's supposed to be played cooperatively and everything. And it's like, you're missing the point. Like you're so desperate to defend this game. You're so afraid that this game is going to get, you're so afraid of the game getting any negative pushback or having any negativity surrounding it that you're just, you know, you're not realizing that you're losing the forest for the trees here. We don't want this. Like, this is bad. It's just, it's only a good thing when you can play a video game offline that can be played solo. Like, if it's not inherently a game that needs to be played with somebody else, you know? And it's understandable that people get upset about stuff like that. Do I think it's the end of the world? No. Do I think that it automatically makes Redfall an unplayable game? No. But it's just the hypocrisy where it's like, you know, and I think just the thing that really frustrated me the most is that there were people claiming that I was defending GT7. And that's a literal lie. And if I wanted to pull the receipts, I could prove it. I just don't care enough to do it, because it's not worth it. Like, I don't even, you know, the people who are saying this shit, it's like, who are you? No offense, but really, like, it's just the fact that people choose to believe things that are not true. You know, it's like, well, okay, I'm pretty sure I was out here basically pushing back against Sony, saying I don't think it was a smart move to make the game online only. I don't think people are happy about that. People are annoyed. That shouldn't have been a thing. And I think people are, you know, people are annoyed about the microtransactions and the way they're being dealt. And dude, Sony fixed it. And, you know, I get these people that are trying to tell me that Sony didn't fix GT7. GT7 still broke. And I'm like, do you even play GT7? Like seriously, you're saying the game's still broken. Do you own a copy of it? Like, have you actually played it? Because I'll ask my chat right now. Chat, how many of you right now own a copy of GT7 and still play it? How is it? Are there problems? Did Sony screw it up? Is it all screwed up? Because I'll tell you, I do a PlayStation podcast weekly, and all I've seen are people basically saying, dude, the game's great. And I want it to be known before people jump to conclusions, because some people might jump to conclusions and don't think, well, of course your community is going to say GT7's great. They're all fanboys. Like, no, dude, did you see what people were saying when GT7 first launched? I've seen quite a few like hardcore Gran Turismo players on my channel basically saying, like, dude, Sony's they got some work to do here. They got to fix some of this stuff. You know, they got to get it back to where it should be. And I saw you guys give praise to Sony for doing that when they did. And that's good. You know, we want to see that. We want to know that Sony's going to listen and correct things. And dude, I'm sorry, man. Like, you know what? I got to point this out too. This is where it's coming out. Somebody said I'm going to choose violence today. Well, here it comes. I'm choosing violence right now. I just got to put it out there. Between Redfall being online, requiring an internet connection at all times, between that and just last week, Microsoft raised the price of the Xbox consoles in Japan. So first they raised the price of the consoles in India, then they raised the price in Japan, and I'm just getting so frustrated at the fact that it's like when Sony does something, you see every headline. You see, it's like the end of the world, right? It's the biggest issue ever. People are outraged. People are punching air. They're freaking out. They're trying to cancel Sony, whatever it might be, right? Sony does it. And then Microsoft not only does something either very similar or the exact same thing, right? They not only do that, but this comes after Microsoft was like, yeah, we don't plan to raise the consoles. Look, I know it's not the exact same. I know that Sony raised the price of the PS5 in all regions except the US. And of course, Microsoft didn't raise the price in all regions, but you can start to see like that's exactly what they're starting to do. They're starting to raise the price of the console in different regions, and that's going to continue. Yeah, I'm sorry if you guys can hear that. Hold on, my son is raging out in the let me know if it still comes through. I might have to bring the mic a little bit closer and lower the gain a little bit. Because I can hear it, and I don't have headphones on, so I can't tell if it's coming through or not. But he's probably tired and needs a nap. He's raging as I'm raging. He's just as mad as I am. But in all seriousness, though, guys, like, is it not frustrating to see this? To me, it's extremely frustrating because it's just like, dude, how come people aren't outraged? Where's the outrage? Where's the outrage of the always online? Where's the outrage of Microsoft is now selling games at $70 and they're raising the price of their consoles? Where's all the outrage? You know? And that's the thing it's like, so which is it? Which is it? Is it either it's actually all that, like we should all get that upset about these decisions? Or could it be just that businesses are going to be businesses, they're not your friends, and they're going to make business decisions that sometimes don't feel so great? And maybe it's actually okay to try to understand why some businesses choose to make decisions that they do. Doesn't mean you have to support them, but a little bit of understanding can go a long way in just trying to understand like how these things work, right? And why they're happening. It's just so frustrating to me, man. It really, I'm trying, guys, I swear I'm trying. I'm trying to not talk too much about Xbox. But man, this brand and their fan base, a lot of times, dude, not all of them. There's a lot of really cool Xbox players and fans out there that, dude, we could get along every day, all day. But some of this shit I see, dude, it's just, I can't believe it, And I guess I can't believe that I can't believe it, because you think I would be able to believe it, right? Like, of course, I wonder what's next. That's all I'm saying. I just wonder what's next, because people told me when Jim Ryan announced we're raising the price of our first party games to $70, because we have to continue to facilitate the rising cost of development of these big games we make. And, I feel like the PlayStation community, we all kind of looked at each other and we're like, well, that's not great news, but we can't argue the quality's there, right? And basically what Sony's saying is in order to keep that quality and to keep it growing, we're going to have to charge a little bit more. I feel like we all basically looked at each other as PlayStation enthusiasts and we're like, dude, I have no problem with that. Like I will support that. Yeah, sure. And you get people who are losing their minds. Who's like, what are you talking about? You just want to keep giving Sony your money? You want them to charge $80, don't you? It's like, whoa, hold on. Did you hear what they said? Like, did you hear what they said? They have to do this. Like, they don't want to. They have to do it for their business because of the rising costs of their game development, because they make some of the biggest and best games in the industry. But that didn't matter. Like, people don't want to hear that. You know what I mean? They're like, no, they're just greedy, and they just want all your money. And it's like, so you're telling me that Sony wants to make money off me, and they're doing so in a way that I'm like totally fine with? You see what I'm saying? It's just, it's that, it starts with that and it goes on and on and on. And I just feel like, dude, people won't even, the reason why nobody will say anything about Microsoft selling their games for $70 is because Game Pass. And I'm like, yes, that's the answer for literally everything. Game Pass literally makes Microsoft practically bulletproof. And it's insane. It's insane because it's like, dude, my question is, why would Microsoft need to raise the price of their games if they have Game Pass? Like, you get what I'm saying? It's very strange to me. Where it's like, why would you raise the price of your games? Maybe it's because Microsoft knows that there are still people on the Xbox platform who actually do buy their games, and they just want to make sure they can get that full 70 from them. Just saying. Sorry, I know I'm going off. Into a into it has to happen at least once per podcast, sometimes twice. And actually, before I do move on to these super chats, because that's what I want to focus on, I just have to say one more thing. And I'm it's not going to be long. It's not going to be long. All right. I know. I'm tired of talking about it too. But I have to refer to this because I actually think it's quite important. And I think you guys, I don't know if it's necessarily good news, but it's certainly interesting news. So VGC is reporting 5 hours ago that Microsoft is reportedly expecting the UK's regulator to oppose its acquisition of Activision Blizzard after the EU issued its own antitrust warning this week. So what we're looking at right now is, number one, the FTC, which is the regulatory body of the US government. The FTC is suing Microsoft straight up for this acquisition. Next up, we're hearing that the UK, the United Kingdom's regulatory body, is set to oppose the acquisition formally. So there's two major roadblocks. And then now the European regulatory body has issued its own antitrust warning to Microsoft. So I just had to bring this up on the topic of Microsoft because we went from people saying that this acquisition is going to go through no problem. It's guaranteed. It's going to happen. There's no stopping it. To now, this has very much become a major uphill battle for Microsoft. And dude, if I was Phil Spencer, oh man, he's probably having trouble sleeping at night right now. Seriously, because it's like, dude, this is not going the way that I think Microsoft wanted it to. Now, here's the thing. Does this mean, because Microsoft has this much opposition, does this mean it's not going to go through and it's going to get blocked? The answer to that question is we still don't know. That remains to be seen. Like if you hear anybody tell you this is guaranteed to go through, they don't know what they're talking about. If you hear anybody tell you this is guaranteed to get blocked, they don't know what they're talking about, because the reality is no one knows. Microsoft doesn't know. I saw people pointing out that Phil Spencer came out last week and he said in an interview, we're more confident that this is going to go through than we were last year. Like, dude, No, you're not. Like, I know what you're doing. It makes sense. It's psychological warfare here, where it's like you can't show weakness, right? In the face of these issues, you got to keep people on your side. Um, yeah, Phil has to say that, but the reality is this is becoming a literal nightmare for Microsoft, and you really start to wonder, like, did they potentially bite off more than they can chew here? And what I mean by that is that, people are saying, oh, the worst that'll happen is this will get taken to court. And if this gets taken to court, Microsoft will win because, these regulatory bodies, their arguments are not going to hold up. First of all, I gotta say right now, you gotta be on another level to talk about a legal court battle and just assume how it's gonna play out. To just assume that, oh yeah, they're gonna win. Like, dude, maybe take a couple steps back and let it play out. Cause we've seen, like, I've seen these takes before. And the point is this, the fact of the matter is this. Microsoft walked into this knowing that it may get some pushback. But I will say I find it very difficult to believe that Microsoft walked into this acquisition thinking it was going to escalate anywhere near to the point it is right now. They have to fight the FTC in court. They have to fight the UK regulatory body. They now have to fight the EU. And you just, I guess what I'm feeling right now with this situation, I guess what I'm saying is that I feel like this could still go through for sure. Like, I feel like right now it could go either way. It could go through, it could get blocked. But looking at the amount of opposition that Microsoft has in front of them, the amount of resources that they're going to have to expend to force this through, the amount of time it's going to take, I don't know, man. I feel like, I guess I'll put it this way. Once this ends, whether it gets blocked or not, if it goes through, I really hope it works out for Microsoft the way that they envisioned it would, because there's so much time and money and resource going into this singular acquisition. It has to, like, dude, I don't know, man. It's a big deal what happens here. One thing I will say before moving on is I genuinely wonder what will happen to the Xbox brand if this were to get blocked. Michael, you're saying you think they care about spending money? I mean, yeah, they do, man. But I know it may sound crazy, but they do. Like, why do you think that, you know, just keep in mind, man, that you can't, the business has to be run preferably in the black. And that's not where Xbox is right now. That's not where they're going to be anytime soon. But they're going to need Activision Blizzard to get to that point. And if they can't get them, well, I don't know. I don't know what the plan is then. But I guess what I'm just trying to say is I genuinely wonder what the future of the Xbox brand looks like if this acquisition gets blocked. Not saying it's going to. I don't know. Some people, I've seen some people who seem to know what they're talking about saying that Microsoft actually has a better argument. It's more in their favor. Yeah, maybe that's true. But I'm saying if it gets completely blocked and it doesn't happen, it doesn't go through, I think Microsoft's going to have to pay Activision like $3 billion. I just wonder because it's like, dude, you can tell, like, there's a reason why Microsoft wants this so bad. And I think it's because they need it. I don't think it's just because they want it. I think it's because they need it. Because I just don't know that I don't know that Bethesda and Xbox Game Studios as it stands right now are enough to justify where, like, the money sink seemingly that Xbox isn't. Last thing I have to say about Xbox before moving on, and this is actually important because it talks about Sony as well. Did you guys see the comparison out there? There were comparisons where it was showing Xbox's latest quarterly earnings versus Sony's. Dude, hardware alone, negative 13% for Xbox. This was during the holiday season with the Xbox Series S on sale. Negative 13% growth. versus PlayStation experienced 82% growth positive. Holy shit, dude. Like, I'm telling you, if you look at Xbox's latest earnings, I know that people are going to say, well, hey, man, Sony had God of War. And that's true. And there's no doubt that was a huge part of Sony's success over the holiday. But when you look at Xbox's earnings and you see how, like, basically it, like, I don't know how anybody can even believe for a second that this division is making Microsoft any money whatsoever. It's crazy, dude. I was quite shocked. Now, granted, Xbox didn't really have any games, and they didn't have anything coming out. So we'll see. Like, let's see what the Xbox earnings look like when Redfall and when Starfield comes out. You have to imagine it'll be a big difference. But my God, have you seen Sony's earnings report? Yeah, absolutely insane growth, dude. Also, I noticed it's been quite some time since Microsoft has announced Game Pass numbers. So, just putting that out there, man. Putting it out there. Subtext, you're saying, I'm having a hard time reconciling Sony's lack of showcases linked to the Activision Blizzard deal after this past week of advertising and gloating about sales. Maybe the silence was more about God of War and waiting for stock. You know what? I think this is a great call out, Subtext. I think you actually are very much onto something, because I noticed that too, man. I'm over here thinking, like, hold on. We were under the impression that Sony was afraid to flex because of this deal that's being put through or going through right now. And now Sony's coming out flexing harder than we've seen in the past 2 years, where they're literally, I kid you not, I don't know if you saw the marketing campaign. They are installing life-size, like 2-story high PS5s or something like that all around the world. And I'm like, you know what's crazy about that? You know what's crazy about Sony's marketing team deciding that they're going to put like actual like monolith size, like just complete massive structured PS5s randomly around the world? Somebody in their marketing team like woke up one day, went to work, and was like, I got this great idea of what we're going to do with the PS5 marketing campaign that's coming up. And somebody inside of Sony was like, yes, we are doing that. That's what we're doing. And it's just so funny to see, because it's like, that's one way to market your console, man. It's a bit much. I have to admit, Sony's putting like, they're putting things from their big games. Like, I think in like Iceland, was it Iceland or something, or Poland? I don't know. It was somewhere in like a remote, like frozen wilderness. They put like a, one of the machines from Horizon. And I'm like, yeah, that's a hell of a way to market your brand and your games. It's really, it's fascinating. And, the reality is, dude, Sony just came out and pretty much bragged about how they're beginning to take over more market share. And I will tell you, I think Sony, we were under this impression that Sony last year was like, they were afraid to say anything or do anything because they're afraid that it's going to, sway regulators into being like, you know what, you are dominating, Sony. So we're gonna let Microsoft just get this publisher. But I think Sony just either never actually cared that much, or maybe they just have decided, you know what, like, we've done everything we could. But now, now that the PS5 shortage is over, we're just going to flex, man. Like, who cares? We're just going to flex because, dude, in their latest earnings report, they're like, we're taking over the US, basically. They straight up said, they didn't name drop Xbox, but if you know how to read between the lines, Sony CFO said that, last year in the past couple quarters, they were starting to feel like their competition was beginning to catch up with them. But after this latest quarter where they saw an 82% growth in sales, And the PS5 is like skyrocketing, and as I say in my title, like exploding. They're like, yeah, we're taking over market share again, and we're, they're not being arrogant about it. They're saying we're still going to watch and see what happens. It's a dynamic situation; it can change. But it's yeah, dude. I subtext. I think that's a great observation. I think that if there was ever a time for Sony to really start to go into overdrive and really put the pedal to the metal and be like, you know what, we're gonna have some showcases, we're gonna show some new games, we're gonna create the hype, we're gonna engage the hype engines, and get them going. I think it's now. I really do, because, dude, PS5s. I put out a little short and I talked about it in my video, but just the other day, for the first time in 2 years since the launch of the PS5, and that is so crazy to think, for the first time since the launch of the PS5, you can go on Amazon. I'm assuming it's still like this now. You can go on Amazon and just check out a PS5 and just buy it. No, you don't have to wait in line. You don't have to fight with bots. You don't have to sign up to be notified. You can just go buy it. And I'm seeing more and more and more people telling me that, like, dude, I'm seeing PS5s in like Target, Walmart, GameStop, Best Buy. And you can tell, dude, that, like, I mean, think about this for a second. If I remember correctly, the last quarter, not the one that we just had reported by Sony, but the one prior to that, they sold, I think, about 3 million, maybe 3.3 million PS5s, right? They sold about roughly 3 million PS5s. And then the quarter prior to that, in 2022, they sold 3 million. So they sold over the course of 2 quarters throughout 2022, when the shortage was still affecting them, a total of about 6 million PS5s, right? This last quarter, they sold more. They outsold that. They sold more than 6 million. They sold more than their previous 2 quarters combined. They sold 7 million units. Dude, the PS5 it's popping off, man. It is. And I've been trying to tell you guys, like, the reason, I know how people are like, why do you care about sales? Dude, there's a couple reasons I care. Number one, if you're somebody who is, like, questioning, like, why hasn't Sony had a big showcase? How come it seems like Sony's been too, so quiet, and they're just always doing smaller state of plays? Like, what's going on? Dude, this is why. You can't generate hype for a product that you don't have the ability, like, you don't have it in stock. Why would you want people to line up to go buy it if you can't sell it to them? That's over. That's done. We are now at a point where, dude, this is what it should have been like from the start. And you're going to start to see Sony really hit a new stride. And I don't want to get ahead of myself. I know where this road leads, but I will say that if there was ever a time for Sony to basically go in even bigger and harder than when they did at the launch of the PS5, building up to that with their multiple showcases, it's now. It's absolutely now. And I mean, PlayStation is a juggernaut, dude. Like, I gotta admit, I gotta admit, when I see Sony doing this well, I can't help it. I cannot deny that, dude. This does kind of make Microsoft look a little bit more justified. Where when Microsoft comes out and they're like, dude, we're getting, like, throat stomped here. We're getting, like, curb stomped by Sony. They're just, like, taking over the market. We need to compete. When I see stuff like this, I'm like, there might be a little bit of truth to that. I know we talk about how rich Microsoft is as a company and how much bigger they are in those terms than Sony. But, dude, Sony, they are. I also want it to be known that Sony is managing to do this at a time when most other companies are struggling. And a lot of other gaming companies and tech companies, they're having to do layoffs. They're having to cut budgets, the whole thing. And meanwhile, Sony's recording record revenue. Sony made $8.37 billion this past quarter. That is a new industry record. Industry record, not a Sony record, an industry record. I mean, I know Sony wants to try to make it seem like, they're going to get pushed around by the big bad Microsoft. But it's like, dude, you guys are kicking ass. Like, seriously. People have told me the only reason why Sony wants to play the victim here is because they're they don't want to be threatened. And you kind of get why. Because, dude, look at how dominant they are. Look at how absolutely dominant they are, man. So, I understand that Sony and Microsoft are both thinking about the very long term with this acquisition, but man, 11 million. I got more to talk about. I'm sorry. Before I start to go on and on, I do have to get through these super chats, but I want to talk about this more. So, Zedhead90, you're saying DSR was so good. I'm playing the whole series. Callisto was my unofficial intro. Did you play the OGs? So actually, my history with Dead Space is an interesting one. I played most of Dead Space 1. I have no idea why I never finished it. Like, I legitimately can't remember why. I'm sure there was a reason. But what I will say is, my God, I forgot how amazing Dead Space is. I had no interaction with Dead Space 2 for some reason, and I played like a tad bit of Dead Space 3. So when I saw Dead Space Remake, I was like, oh, dude, I got to get this, and I got to like play it the right way this time. And dude, it's so good. I almost feel like I forgot how good this game was. Dead Space Remake is utterly phenomenal. And I know that there are people who are like, I really enjoyed the Callisto Protocol. I think the Callisto Protocol gets a bit too much hate. The quality, in my opinion, of the Callisto Protocol is a bit questionable, but dude, I'm shocked. I am just absolutely shocked at how much more I am enjoying Dead Space Remake compared to Callisto Protocol. It is, I'm not trying to be mean towards Callisto Protocol, but just being honest, to me, it's a night and day difference, and I'm genuinely surprised about that. I'm enjoying Dead Space Remake like a steak, basically. I'm taking my time with it. I'm savoring it. I'm enjoying every bite, so to speak. I love Dead Space Remake, and I really, really hope that they continue to like remake the second game. And so good, so good. And one other thing I want to say is, after playing this remake, or as I'm playing it, you just begin to realize that, man, gaming has changed a bit, right? Like you know, the just the way that AAA single player games are made. I don't want to say that they're not made the way they were. I sound like an old man. They don't make them the way they used to, but there's something there with Dead Space Remake where I'm like, this game has no right to feel this good. Like, this game has no right to hold up as well as it does, considering it came out in 2008, right? But it just goes to show that there's just something at the heart of games where it's like, dude, a good game is a good game is a good game. And no amount of production value, no amount of graphical polish can make a game feel better than it actually is. And I will say that Dead Space Remake, to me, is truly the epitome of gameplay is and always will be king when it comes to video games. You can have the best cinematics, you can have famous actors, you can have the best graphics, everything. You can have everything, but if the gameplay and the game design isn't there, it's just not going to feel the way it should. And it's great, man. Like, I feel like Dead Space Remake is exactly what I needed right now. It's the Callisto Protocol, frankly, left kind of a bad taste in my mouth. And you're saying Callisto had better DualSense support, though. Again, if you love Callisto Protocol, because I've seen people saying, dude, I love this game. I'm not taking that away from you. Like, everybody enjoys what they enjoy, but I'm going to be honest, like, after the Callisto Protocol, I actually started to question if I wanted to get Dead Space Remake, because I was like, oh man, like, is this what Dead Space felt like? I feel like I remember Dead Space feeling better than this. And it's weird because it's the literal opposite. I'm like, dude, why does Dead Space feel so good to play? So, yeah, man, there's just some things that stand the test of time when it comes to game development, and some things that just hold up really well. And I'm very glad that Dead Space got remade, because I told you guys, like, I don't really go back and play older games. I very rarely do. And Dead Space was a game that I did play. I did enjoy my time with it, but I kind of forgot about it. I hate to say that, but I kind of did forget about it. And then once it just popped up, remake, I went into it thinking, like, I know I played this before. I barely remember it. And now I feel like this is, I'm be honest, like, it almost feels like I'm experiencing it truly for the first time. And I know that Glenn Schofield, he helped this. He was one of the creators of this game as well, and that's what's so weird to me is I don't know, man. I guess that's just what happens when it's like, different development teams, different people at different times. There was something special there with what was the name of this studio that made Dead Space originally? I forget. I know that I think they were shuttered, unfortunately, by EA. Looking at chat to help me out with this. I forget the name of the studio. Seeing if somebody can Visceral. There we go. Yeah, Visceral Games. Yeah, that's sad. Visceral Games, clearly at the time they had some serious talent in all different departments, and they just came together and they really made a special game. So I think after this remake, guys, I feel like Dead Space is going to go down as like one of my favorite games, because I've heard people talk about Dead Space, and it's so weird because like I played like a lot of Dead Space, like not a lot as in like I think I got more than halfway through the original game, and I don't know, I guess just at the time I didn't, it just didn't click with me or something, or I just didn't appreciate it for what it was. And I've heard people talk so positively about Dead Space, like it's like one of their best games ever made, their favorite game ever, and I'm like, really? And like now that I'm playing the remake, I'm like, I totally get it. Yeah, this is like one of the better games I feel like I've ever played. This is fantastic. So, see somebody saying, I see a couple people saying Dead Space 2 is better. Ooh, hopefully you can get a remake of that, because I've never played Dead Space 2. All right. PlayStation Pete, you're saying, all right, MBG Mystic said last Friday in an update for physical games, you only need to insert the disc one time for installation. After that, just click on the icon like digital games. Yeah, I did see that, and we did talk about that. I did cover that update as well, and yeah, that is a really great quality of life update that I feel like it's not something that necessarily felt like a priority, but it's always one of those things where you, at least for me, like, yeah, sometimes if you're playing a bunch of different disc games, it can get a little bit annoying having to constantly change them out. And it just would be nice if after you install the game once, the system can just tell you, like, you can just click on the icon. You don't need to put the disc in. That's I think that's a great quality of life improvement. And we have the next big PS5 update coming out. It's got some pretty good features, but I feel like we're reaching a point with the PS5 updates where that's what we're going to start to see more of, like more smaller quality of life enhancements, things to just really ultra refine the experience. And I'm going to be honest, like as somebody who's been playing the PS5 since launch, Sony has made some great improvements, really, with the PS5. They've been, I think, on point. And saying ABG, but then you can sell the game disc and still play. Yeah, you know what? Hold on. This is where that's a good point. Maybe I'm missing exactly how this is going to work. I have the update right here. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I may have misunderstood this. When you download or install PS4 games on your PS5 console. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Yeah, I think I may have been confusing PS4 to PS5 games and not necessarily. Yeah. I'm going to have to look deeper into this because I think yeah, my bad. That's, because you know what? I was, I was thinking, you know what? Yeah, that doesn't make sense, does it? You would be able to just sell your games. So yeah, it's actually talking about PS4 discs for like a PS5 game. It's a little bit confusing. It's still a quality of life improvement, but it says here, says when you download or install a PS4 game on your PS5 console, a notification that PS4 save data is available in your PlayStation Network cloud storage will appear if your PS5 console doesn't already have the save data. When you download or install a PS5 game that can load PS4 save data, such as the PS5 version of a game that was also released on PS4, the same notification will appear. So, if I'm understanding this correctly, like this should, yeah, I don't know. I gotta admit, man, like you know what I wish Sony would do, because sometimes what they have when I'm reading these PS blog posts, they have so many things written down in a row. I wish that they would just like put out a short video, like basically just demonstrating a lot of this stuff to show people. I feel like, you know, maybe that's just because I'm more of a visual person in that way. Yeah, that I don't know why I thought that would work. I'm over here being like, yeah, that'd be great. Just put in your disc, install it, take it out, have the game forever. I'm like, wait, that doesn't work like that. PS4 discs, PS4 discs, PS5 discs, PS5 discs. Subtext, you're saying you hate how much they put on the PS blog, like it's 2005. Yeah, it can be a little bit much. And that's why, like, sometimes I don't know, man. I struggle covering some of the updates that PS5 put that are put out for the PS5 because it really is just like go in there and read it, and if you don't get it, go try to figure it out. And it's like, oh, okay. But yeah. But either way, that's the and Discord, by the way, apparently is finally happening. William, I'm going to read your super chat real quick because I think you're clarifying this for me. You're saying, no, this only works if the game you own on disc is also included in a PS Plus game catalog. In the new beta, if you own a game on disc, you can select it to just auto get the digital PS Plus extra version. Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarification, William. Yeah, that makes the most sense. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so I guess with now that the PS Plus catalog has expanded quite significantly, you know, PS Plus Extra, games are always being added. This makes sense that they would add a feature like this. You know, now that I'm thinking about it, did they even... I'm like looking at the blog and I'm like, did I just like completely overlook this? Or did they not mention it? You know, it's funny you mentioned like Mystic talking about the updates. I've noticed that some of these videos that Mystic puts out, because he puts out these like really well put together, like I'm gonna like he'll show you all the different things. And he's said in passing before that like sometimes Sony doesn't actually tell you every single thing that they've updated. And he'll like point out some of the things. He's like, yeah, they didn't like put this in the blog post or something. I swear I've watched videos of his where he's like shown like, and I'm like, what? Why? Like, why would they not list everything? Maybe it's like a, I don't know, communication issue or something. But yeah, pretty interesting. So I appreciate you clarifying that, William, because if you didn't clarify that, dude, we would have just been sitting here all day being like, so wait, how's this work? What's the update? What's going on? And you know what's weird? And I'll say this too before I continue with these super chats, is like it is a beta. So that's probably why sometimes these things can, you know, I read these beta updates sometimes like they're like, oh, this is the full update. And it's like, well, no, it's a beta. Like some stuff might go, some stuff might not make it. But I want to just say real quick that as somebody who uses PS5 like every day, and I've been using it every day, and that's where I game all the time, I kind of notice how like these updates, man, I don't really pay as much attention to them as maybe I feel like I should. And I don't know why. Like I'm just very much like if I happen to notice or stumble across something that like, oh, Sony changed this or they fixed this or they updated this, like I don't actually like seek it out. You know what I mean? And I don't know. I'm weird like that. I put on my console and I play the games, and if something changes and it's an improvement, I'm like, oh, cool. I guess I'm kind of almost noticing it in passing. So I don't know. That's just how I kind of interact with my consoles. Pretty casual that way, I guess you could say. All right, let me see. We have Paul, member for 10 months, Paul Gunnell. Hopefully I'm saying your name correctly. You're saying, I've been put in Raven Glass, downloaded and ready to play. Paul, I'm trying to understand this. Did you mean to say Raven's Claw? Are you talking about I think that's what surely that's what you're referring to, right? Because you're saying you're downloaded and ready to play, you have to be talking about Hogwarts Legacy. Hopefully hopefully I'm understanding your message correctly, Paul. Josh, you're saying GT7 is also 45% off on the PS Store right now, people. Ooh, that is tantalizing. I didn't know that. Yeah, that's a good discount. Is it on sale physically as well? I'll have to look into that. Rashdan V2, you're saying, look at Sony's wording. They said they didn't cut production. They didn't say anything about cutting sales projections. Bloomberg may be half right. Yeah, that's true. I guess the wording is very important. That makes sense. Well, as I said, not to go back into it, we'll have to see if Sony ends up sharing any numbers. And I think if they do, we'll get a better idea of what's actually going on. But that's a good point, Rashdam. Jay Pierce, thank you for the 30, man. You're saying, hey, MBG, I haven't tried the VR yet either. So I'm going to be trying the VR2 for the first time as well. And GT7 is going to be my first game I play. Then Horizon Call of the Mountain. GT7 is on PSN for $38 after tax right now. Yeah, that's smart of Sony, man. That I feel like this is a really good time to actually put to put out a sale for GT7. So I might pick that up. I'll have to consider it. I do want to see if it's on sale physically, but yeah, dude, it'll be your first time trying VR. Whenever I'm able to get to it, it'll be my first time as well. Jay, dude, you'll have to come back here and let me know what you think, man. GT7, Horizon Call of the Mountain. I think Sony has some pretty strong first party presence with VR2. I do. I don't think they're getting enough credit for that. We'll see. We'll see what else they have in the pipeline. Surely they have more, right? All right, Josh. You're asking for it. Come on, man. No spam. No spam. Thank you, William. Thank you for that generous super chat, man. I'll get to that as soon as I can. I have to really get this on going. I feel bad because people are super chatting in response to things that I talked about at this point probably close to an hour ago, and I feel bad that I'm so behind. So apologies if I'm keeping you guys waiting. But yeah, Jay, dude, let me know when what your experience is like after like your first week with VR. I'm gonna be curious because you sound like you're going all in, man, and that's exciting. Subtext, you're saying, I will say that I feel like Sony is to blame for any slow pre-orders. They've barely advertised it. Updates are buried in blog posts. I don't get it. Well, that's the thing, Subtext, is I feel like this is maybe intentional, and that's where it's like you do have to wonder if maybe Sony just doesn't feel like it would be, maybe it's all about timing. Like, even though this is the launch, maybe they don't feel like this is the time when they should put the biggest foot forward, or their best foot forward, I should say, their best foot forward when it comes to advertising it. Maybe that's to come a year from now. Maybe 2024 would be a better time because the market will be, much more saturated with PS5s. That's what I'm thinking. And so, let's just say that Bloomberg's report was correct, and let's say that Sony, because as Rashdown pointed out, Sony maybe didn't specifically say that they didn't cut production. Maybe they actually did, but maybe it's all intentional. Maybe this is all calculated where it's like, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just, this is a, it's a niche product, right? Like it's not something that's the most popular. VR hasn't really exploded in that way yet. Certainly when it comes to like more expensive headsets, or what would be perceived as more expensive headsets. So it very much could be calculated, man. We'll have to wait and see. Jay Pierce, once again, thank you, man, for becoming a member. Welcome to Greatness Awaits. I really appreciate that, dude. Between your super chat and the channel membership, very much appreciate the continued support you guys show. Pragmatic Cat, again, you're saying it makes sense that they abandoned the PlayStation Portable because Nintendo cornered the handheld market, but VR is unique and has potential outside of video games. Yeah, I was thinking about this, and I will just say that I don't know, man. A part of me feels like, would Sony be better served trying to go for the handheld market again? I don't know. That's a tough question. I mean, their resources are limited, obviously, and you only want to see Sony stretch so thin. You want the main focus to be the console. They do have VR2 now, but I just can't help but look at the success of things like the Switch, as well as the success of the Steam Deck, and how these handhelds to a degree are on a rise, on a bit of a rise. Maybe that's something that Sony would do well. They would market. I mean, we've seen Sony do well in that market. I know the Vita wasn't as successful as the PSP, but the PSP was hugely successful. So I don't know, man. You are correct though in that VR is certainly more unique than a handheld, and it does have more potential to be able to do different things with. So we'll see if Sony. I mean, I do feel like to a degree Sony is kind of leaning into that with the feature set of VR2. I guess the only question that remains is just how appealing is that exactly to the mass market. So basically, with VR2, the questions that we have right now can simply not be answered quite yet. I think after the first year or two of the VR2 being out in the market, we will have a much better idea of how important it really is to Sony. Trey, I am too. You're saying I've never been into Harry Potter, and the first trailer did nothing for me, but the state of play got me. Pre-ordered the deluxe game. Yeah, man, that's what I'm saying. Putting the name aside, like Harry Potter, Hogwarts, putting that name aside, I feel like this game could have been named something else, and people would still. I mean, don't get me wrong, it wouldn't have as much reach if it was like a new IP. But I still feel like a lot of people would look at the gameplay and be like, dude, this looks really, really good. Like, this looks incredible. And I feel like for people who aren't, like yourself, into Harry Potter literally at all, it may as well be a new IP, right? And, this is likely your first foray into this series. So, yeah, dude, the game looks very, very good. I mean, look, even if I don't play it at launch, because I'm still playing Dead Space, I will say that when it comes to Hogwarts Legacy, I will be talking about what people are saying about it, like what the conversation. There are definitely going to be some conversations about this game, and you guys, those of you who are going to be playing it. I mean, I always say you got the audience here is basically like the co-host of the podcast, so I'm sure you guys are going to come to the podcast ready to share your thoughts and what you think of Hogwarts Legacy, and I'll be interested to hear what you got. I'm going to be interested to hear from those like you, Trey, where it's like you've never been into it at all, but you pre-ordered the deluxe edition. And I'm also going to be interested to hear from those who are fans of the game. Like, is it everything you hoped it would be? These are questions that I'm looking forward to hopefully having answered. And Jay Pierce, you're saying I'm going to be playing Hogwarts Legacy 3 days early because I bought it on PS5. Deluxe edition only on PS5. You get it 3 days early. PS is smart in doing this. Is that true? Surely, Jay, that can't be true. No way. Did the marketing work on you? Did they trick you? I feel like the early access is universal. Yeah, it is true. I don't know, man. I don't know. Either way, though, like that's the beauty of it, isn't it? Though. So yeah, the early access is universal. That would have been crazy, dude. That would have people would have lost their mind. Could you imagine if Sony actually paid for like exclusive early access? I will say that's probably something Sony tried to do. But what I will say is that that's the beauty of this marketing is that, dude, do you know how many people? Do you know how many people? You're saying no, it's on PS5, the $80 version. Look it up. I don't know, man. I don't know. What is that? The deluxe. You know what dude? I know PlayStation has. So I'm on the PlayStation Store right now. Hogwarts Legacy Digital Deluxe releases February 7th. My God, I totally forgot. Oh man, you know what's weird is like I just now realized like yes, that's in 2 days. Wow, I forgot about that. I'm over here really thinking that the game. Okay, so there's 2 standard editions, one for PS4, one for PS5, and then they have the deluxe edition for PS4 and PS5. Hogwarts Legacy exclusive quest. So that's the PlayStation exclusive right there. An exclusive PlayStation quest. You get the Dark Arts pack, Dark Arts Garrison hat, 72 early access, 72-hour early access for PS5, and you get the PS5 and PS4 digital versions. Let me see. Hogwarts Legacy Xbox. Curious. Let's see. Because I'm telling you, there's no way. They have a whole You know, I will say, Xbox does not do a good job making it clear if they do get what. Yeah, they don't make it clear, dude. So I went on the PlayStation Store and it's right in front of you where it's like, dude, 72-hour early access. I'm on the Xbox Store right now and it just says Hogwarts Legacy Digital Deluxe Edition pre-order now, $80. That's all it says. So I'll click pre-order now. And it's asking me to sign in. So I don't know, man. This is where it's like, I know. You know what's weird? Yeah, I guess is that what it is? It's definitely not exclusive to PlayStation. But man, are you telling me that is this part of the exclusive marketing rights where only Sony can say that? Yeah, let me check Hogwarts Legacy Steam. Let's see what Steam says. Pre-purchase Hogwarts Legacy Deluxe. Yeah, dude, you know what? That is fascinating. That is fascinating. They don't say it here either. It just says add to cart. Whoa, that's great. That's wild, man. I never knew that. So basically, what I'm learning here is that the early access is universal. If you get if you get the deluxe edition on Xbox, if you get the deluxe edition on Xbox or Steam, you still get the same early access, but there is definitely a difference in how it seems to be marketed, and I think that this is maybe, to me, what's interesting about it is because I could understand how if you're like if you just did what I did, like on the computer, you go to PlayStation Store, Xbox, you just type in PlayStation Hogwarts Legacy, Xbox Hogwarts Legacy, Steam Hogwarts Legacy. The only one, like just off the bat, that puts it right in front of your face that you're getting 72 hours early access is the PlayStation version. Now, yeah, dude, that is so shady. Those are those marketing dollars, man. And you know what's even crazier to think? Certainly plenty. I mean, dude, I would have encouraged you to get the PS5 version anyway, but I would say that, dude, man, you do gotta wonder how far does this go, man. You do gotta want, because I know we talk about like parity, but that Digital Foundry analysis for Hogwarts Legacy, what's that going to look like? I'm not saying Sony would pay WB to say, make sure you give us the better version of the game. But I just feel like the way it goes is, knowing, let's face it, guys, Hogwarts Legacy is going to sell way better on PlayStation than Xbox. Like, it's just a fact of the matter, simply due to the marketing alone. But you do have to wonder, just like kind of what we saw with the Callisto Protocol, you can tell that these development teams, like when they feel like they have to decide, like, okay, we have a limited amount of time and budget, which machine are we prioritizing right now to make sure it's immaculate versus which one maybe we can just patch it a little bit later. And I'm telling you, dude, like it wouldn't shock me at all if this is what happens, and this is kind of like the like I don't think it's Sony necessarily. Like, I'm not saying Sony's going in and saying make sure you make the Xbox version shittier. Absolutely not. That would be scummy as all hell. But I just feel like it's just naturally an advantage that Sony gets from selling much more consoles and basically having a storefront and having a platform where, like, these development teams and these publishers know, like, dude, this is where we're going to make the lion's share. And I just feel like there's a little bit of favoritism there that just naturally occurs. And, Jay, just to close out this super chat here, you can clearly see that there are people who are deciding that I'm going to get the PS5 version, and they definitely think that, oh, it's because this is the only version that gets early access. Imagine how many people are under the impression that Hogwarts Legacy is a PlayStation exclusive because of the marketing rights, because of the Sony State of Play, right? Because of the PlayStation branding all around this game. That's where you're saying not many. I mean, you'd be surprised, man. Don't underestimate it. You would be surprised. Just your more casual people, more casual gamers who are not paying that much attention, and they just see an advertisement. I'll tell you now, man, like I've encountered it many times in my life where, talking to more casual people who aren't super into games, and they'll bring up a game and they thought it was like an exclusive game. I'm like, no, it's actually not. Like, you can get it on your Xbox or whatever. And they're like, really? And like, yeah. And it's because they see these commercials, they see the advertising, and they're like, they just assume. And it's the way marketing works, I guess. But hopefully that clears things up, man. But hopefully, Jay, you have no regrets, though, man. Hopefully you have no regrets going with the PS5 version, because, I mean, hey, man, I'm going to be honest. If I was like multi-platform gaming and I had, every console hooked up or whatever, I would still buy the PS5 version, simply because, look, if you're trying to get everything, I mean, let's face it, Sony did pay for a exclusive mission, and that it's a dirty. I know some people look at it as a dirty tactic, but it works, man. Like, I'll tell you right now, the people who are paying attention, they're probably still picking the PS5 version because they want that extra mission. So, guys, do me a favor. We have almost 700 people here hanging out with me. I appreciate that. Please hit that like button for me. Let's see if we can get to 400 likes. If you're excited for Hogwarts Legacy, if you appreciate the podcast, hit that like button. Pragmaticat, you're saying at MGS Player, said it. BC talking AB Xbox is boring. Yeah, I agree. I look. I know we talk about it. And I just want to say, Pragmaticat and everybody else, I'm very much looking forward to not talking about the acquisition ever again once it's over. Like, whether it's blocked, whether it's not, it does get tiring. And I feel like there is going to be a pivotal moment at some point this year. Don't know when, but there's going to be a pivotal moment, and we're going to have to talk about it a little bit more. But yeah, I agree. It is boring. Himanshu Udav, you're saying unpopular opinion, Valve has better games than Sony. I mean, look, man, I don't know that that's an unpopular opinion, but isn't the whole thing with Valve is they don't really make too many games anymore, though? I feel like that's the whole thing with Valve, right? Where they have like some of the best games in the industry, but they don't produce at the rate that they used to. Yeah. And I mean, that's the thing, is like, you can't take away what they have done, Because I agree. I mean, I do think Valve has made some of the best games ever. But they just, I feel like, it's hard to really compare the output. You know what I mean? Yeah, Valve just sits back and collects money from the games that they have released. So, oh, you know what? That's a topic we have to talk about, guys. Absolutely. The live service game crisis. We will talk about that. I want to get through these super chats, and then we're going to talk about how is Sony making a big mistake? Is Sony making a big mistake? We will talk about it. PS reviewer. I don't know how to say your name. Is it PS Previewer 100 or PSP Reviewer 100? I feel like it's PS Previewer. But either way, man, you're saying Microsoft is doing it because they know that Game Pass isn't sustainable in the long run. Well, I think you're half right, PS Previewer 100. I think that Microsoft is doing it because they know that it's not Game Pass in its current form is not sustainable in the long run. The only way Game Pass becomes sustainable in the long run is by making it so appealing, so undeniable that like if you are playing video games, you have to be subscribed to it, or you are truly missing out on just some of the industry's biggest games, right? That's what Microsoft has to do. And I think that, yeah, when you think about the power of Call of Duty and just, a lot of the other stuff underneath Activision Blizzard, it kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense that they do need it. So, yeah. Josh, you're saying it's been a minute since we got the animated heated MBG rant. Time to bring the violence, Johnny. I see Xbox saying God of War 11 million sales is pathetic. Oh, you know what? Dude, I swear, there are some of you guys with your super chats. Josh, I think you're one of them. There are some people that they super chat me and you're like, I know it'll get MBG to rant. I know it'll get MBG fired up. And you know what? I just want to say, I'm not going to go on a big rant, but I'm just going to say this. It was announced that God of War Ragnarok has sold 11 million copies in less than 3 months. So that is insane because that is far and away. Guys, this is far and away the most successful PlayStation exclusive ever. And what you see people saying, they're so desperate to try to downplay the success of a Sony exclusive that they're like, yeah, well, that's because it was bundled with the PS5. And it's like, okay, how many people who see the sales data, how many have to come out and continually let you know that the bundles are a very small portion of that number? Like, it's insane. It's fucking insane that people think this. Like, do you think people are buying PS5s to not buy games like God of War? It's comical. Like, it doesn't make sense and it doesn't add up. I don't even know if the bundles even count. I don't even know if Sony's counting those bundles, but it just is so ridiculous to me that it's like, if there's like 32 million total PS5s out there, these people are trying to make it sound like 11 million. The 11 million God of War sales were just from bundles, Like, bro, come on, man. It's frustrating. Exactly. That's another thing too, is it's worth noting that so you're saying Christopher Dring has confirmed that they do not count the bundles. I want to check this real quick. Yeah, I mean, like, dude, it's just, what's just baffling me. Let me just get to. I said I wasn't going to go on. I'm not going to go on. Let me just get to the point of this. Let me just get to the point. The point is, if you see the announcement from Sony Santa Monica that we've sold through. By the way, sold through means in customers' hands, not to like retailers, we've sold through 11 million units in less than 3 months. Like, if your first response to that is, yeah, well, how many were bundles? Like, dude, you're not a God of War fan. You're not a PlayStation fan. You're just butthurt. Like, straight up. You are salty. You are upset. And you need to just go on Game Pass. I don't know, man. Because it's crazy. Like, that's your first response? Come on, man. That's insane. And I see Williams getting heated too. Williams, he's like, even if they do count the bundles, it doesn't matter because people buy the bundle to play that game and they're paying. The thing is, the game does not come free with the bundle, people. It's a fair question. I agree. It is a fair question. But it's just like, maybe a little like, wow, good job. Like, that's good. That's impressive. Like, that isn't like, dude, let me ask you, do you think Xbox, if they were selling a bundle like that, do they have any games that if it were bundled with an Xbox would get anywhere close to 11 million in less than 3 months? Dude, they could bundle, they could bundle, I don't know, 3 games and it probably still wouldn't. You know, this is just where it's like, I don't think people are understand, and I'm not trying to create that comparison necessarily. It isn't necessary, but for some of these people, it's like, dude, I don't think people fully understand. Like, that is a colossal number for like God of War, man. Like that's insane. That is an insane number for $70. I mean, I think it was 60 for PS4, but still, man, for a game that was only on 2 platforms, that's crazy. So I don't know, man. I will say, like, I'm really happy to see this because this is the question that I feel like a lot of people had when it comes to PlayStation. You know, and that is like, is the growth going to continue? Like, did PlayStation hit the ceiling? You know, did it hit the ceiling? Did it peak? And it's like, no, dude. These God of War Ragnarok sales, I mean, oh man, I'll tell you, Sony and Santa Monica are very, very happy. IBG people are buying these bundles should be counted more because they were willing to pay more money just to play the game in its best version. Yeah, and I mean, look, I've seen multiple people. I think I'm trying to remember. I can't remember who exactly it was because I have a few different names floating in my head. But I saw somebody who does go over sales data. They came out and they addressed this and they said, like, guys, if you think that like the majority or even close to the majority of those 11 million sales are from bundles, like, it's not. Like, it's from PS5 owners buying God of War. And I feel like all you have to do is just look at the charts. You know, look at the charts. Like, all right, well, it is what it is, man. I'm just saying, I know I didn't mean to go on another tangent there, but I will say that God of War hitting 11 million, you love to see it. And the question I have now is so God of War, when it comes to sales for Sony, is the undisputed king right now. Like, I mean, in terms of like breaking a record, that is yeah, I mean, I'm now wondering, like, what's the next milestone going to be? When's it going to hit 15 million? When's it going to hit 20 million? If that's, I'm sure it will at some point. But I do wonder now, like, so how's Spider-Man going to do? How's Spider-Man 2 going to do? Because this is God of War. I mean, look, this is not to downplay God of War, because clearly the God of War name has grown substantially. But, you know, Spider-Man is a much different beast in terms of like mass appeal compared to God of War. So I'm really curious now, like, dude, if God of War is doing these numbers, what is Spider-Man 2 going to look like? And I have seen people say, like, well, you know, Spider-Man 2 is going to be PS5 only. That's true, but it's coming at the end of this year, and at the rate PS5s are selling, I don't know, man. I mean, these You love to see it, man. That's what I'm trying to say. You love to see it. This is exactly why I get hyped for PlayStation success, because I played God of War Ragnarok, and one of the best games I ever played. I mean, one of the highest quality games I've ever experienced. It really doesn't get much better than that. And so to see it just succeeding and being rewarded, and growing, like, that's the thing. To see that more people are going out and buying and supporting these games. That's what matters to me, because the more people that do that, the more, the more we're going to get. You're saying Starfield 10 million in 2 months. Well, that's the problem, man, is we will simply not be able to compare numbers for Microsoft and Sony. It won't happen. The reason being is if Starfield does Starfield's going to do big numbers for Microsoft, but when Microsoft reports those numbers, they're not going to be sales. They're going to be like, this is how many people played, Starfield. And we're going to know that that's not just people buying the game. That counts Game Pass. And that's very different. You know what I mean? Like, you cannot compare numbers when on one hand, it's everybody who bought this game. They either paid $60 minimum or upwards of $550 to get the console to play it, versus if a game's available on Game Pass, like, how many of these people paid $10 or $1 to gain access to play it? You know what I mean? So it's it'll be interesting. Like, I'm definitely curious to see, like, if Microsoft announces some numbers, interaction numbers, engagement numbers. I'll be interested to see if it drives that type of engagement that they want. But I will just say this too before moving on. People wonder why. Or most people don't. You guys don't. But you do see those who seem to wonder why, and they seem to be confused, or they seem to act angry or frustrated as to why Sony doesn't change their business model. Why would they? Why would they ever change? Like, they're still growing. They're still breaking records, their own records, with full price sales, and they're selling consoles at a rapid rate. Like, why would they change their model when they're succeeding, when they're doing well, and when they're growing? And that, this is why sometimes I will admit, like, people wonder why, dude. How come it seems like you're so against Xbox or Microsoft, and you're so against that community? And it's like, look, I'm not so against it that I just can't stand it or despise it. Maybe sometimes I feel that way, but it's mainly because, like, dude, if they're, this new business model that's being pushed into the gaming industry by Microsoft, I just can't stand that they're trying to convince people, like regular people, casual people, gamers. I can't stand that they're trying to convince them that, like, this is sustainable, and this, this can be the new way of doing things. And it's like, no, it can't. Like, no, it can't. Like, if anything, Sony and Nintendo continually prove that, like, the business model and the way it's been established, it's foolproof. It works, and it works because of the logic behind it. The logic is as simple as it possibly could be. It's, we invest a lot of money into the development of this video game, and this video game, we will try to make it as good as possible, so that way when we sell it at full price, those who buy it at full price feel as though it was worth their money, and it creates a, as Jim Ryan puts it, a virtuous cycle. Like, it's that simple. That's the logic. So, it just gets really frustrating when you start to see more and more of this, like, I only care about how pro-consumer a company is. And it's like, well, can we talk about quality for a moment? Like, can we talk about, paying for quality? Can we talk about getting your money's worth out of things? You know what I mean? And just, I don't know, man. I'm not trying to go on that big tangent right now, because I still got quite a few super chats to go through. But I see these are not arguments, but these different conversations, I guess you could say, kind of go back and forth. And I think both can exist for sure, but I also I also wholeheartedly believe that right now we are at a very important point. Like, here's one last thing I want to say, and this is actually, I think it falls in line with Sony's insane growth and how Sony is reporting that, like, look at what's happening to the PS5 now that the shortage is over. Did you know it was just revealed, actually, by Christopher Dring, that PlayStation 5 sales, think about this, PlayStation 5 sales in the month of January 2023 were up 98% year over year. Let that sink in. That's practically 100% growth year over year. And the only difference there, well, the biggest difference is 1 year there's a shortage, the next there isn't. 1 year there's a big well, I will say God of War certainly helped that, but you can clearly see that it's going up quite significantly. And the question I have is this: it's the question I've had since the beginning with the PS5, seeing the amount of hype for it, and it is, can the PS5 do what is considered impossible in the long run? And that is, can it surpass the PlayStation 2? Is it possible? I've always said, I've been following console gaming almost my whole life. Granted, I haven't been paying attention to it as closely as I have the past like 5 to 6 years, but I've always got this feeling with just the insane mass appeal the PS5 has, the insane popularity behind it, and just this insane hype that surrounds it. I've always felt that I think the PS5 might be able to do it in the long run. Like, I think if there was ever a console from Sony that could potentially go on to possibly get to that 140, 150 million mark, I think it could be the PS5. However, though, that's, you look at the PS4, and that's where things get a little bit hairy and dicey, because it's like, well, the PS4, people were shocked at how well that sold. But here's the thing. I think we're going to see a kind of tipping point with the PS5, where suddenly at some point over the course of this generation, and it could be with Spider-Man 2, and it could just keep going, I think at some point the PS5 is just going to tip over to where it's like, at first it seemed like it was struggling to keep up with the PS4, and people were like wondering, like, is it selling worse than the PS4 because it, like, there's just not as much interest in it as there was at the PS4 at that time, or is it due to the shortage? I think the PS5 is just going to suddenly start to very rapidly outpace the PS4 later, as we go further into 2023, 24, 25. And I think you're going to see more output from Sony Studios than we've ever seen before. You're going to see that combined with, more and more acquisitions, more deals. And I'm telling you, man, I just get this feeling. I think the PS5 could do it. Now, look, the one last thing I want to say, I know I keep saying that, but this is the last thing. If the PS5 were to, let's just do a hypothetical here, okay? Imagine a scenario where it's the year, I don't know what year it would have to be, but let's just say when it's all said and done, the PS5 has somehow, some way managed to sell 160 million units. I know that's insane, and I know that some people are going to look at that and say that's completely impossible. It's a hypothetical, and I do not think it's completely impossible, but let's just say that happens. Because I don't know if you noticed this, but Jim Ryan and the executives that are running PlayStation right now, they are pretty much obsessed with growth. Like, they want growth all around in every area, and that you have to think about what's at the center of that. What is at the center of their growth? The center of their growth is the PS5 console. By the way, guys, can you let me know, do you hear any background noise right now? Is any background noise coming in? Because I'm trying to test out with my mic. I have the gain all the way down, and I'm just trying to see if it's picking anything up or not. You heard BB? Okay. Yeah, he has a dude. Sometimes he gets he has like some temper tantrums, and he has a very high pitched scream. And I'm just genuinely curious if my mic's picking it up, because I can hear it clear as day, and I'm just curious if my mic is actually like, bringing it down. A lot of you guys are saying you didn't hear it. Maybe if you're wearing headphones, you could hear it. But anyway, Try not to get distracted. The hypothetical of imagine we see a scenario where the PS5 somehow, some way manages to sell 160 million units, and it goes on to become the best-selling video game console of all time. If Sony could break their own record and surpass themselves and surpass the PlayStation 2, this would be the hardest slap to the face of not only all the people who thought that like the console market hit its peak and it couldn't go any further, but also to a degree Microsoft and Microsoft's decision to pivot to their new Game Pass business model. The whole thing about Sony and Microsoft right now is they both want the same thing. They want massive growth and massive appeal. The only difference is Sony believes they can achieve this with a console. Microsoft believes they can achieve this, and the only way they can achieve this is with a subscription service. Now, I will say, we have to keep in mind that think about what these two companies are asking. One company, that being Sony, is asking, please buy this $500 console to play our games and play games on it. The other company is asking, please pay $10 a month to subscribe to this to play our games on any device that's not a PlayStation or a Switch, basically. And yeah, on the surface, it seems like, oh, Microsoft's definitely that's the better deal. I mean, you could argue it's we're not going to go into that conversation, but I guess what I'm trying to say, guys, is like I would love to see a scenario where by the end of this generation, and maybe even by the time we get into the PlayStation 6 generation, I would just love to see Sony prove everybody wrong and just to show that like the console market, the console, the business model that puts the console at the center, this is the one that works, and the growth, it's not over. Like that's what I'm trying to say, that it's not over. We did not peak. The PS2 is not the peak. We're going to go beyond that. And my God, I'll tell you, I think that would be the biggest slap to the face of Microsoft, because I always refer to this because it's just so insane to me, the shift that you saw within Microsoft. Microsoft thought that they were going to be able to sell 200 million Xbox One units. And it just goes to show that they really thought that there was just this untapped potential in the console gaming space. And to be honest, I don't know that the Xbox 360 successor could have went on to ever sell 200 million units. But what I will say is that imagine if what Microsoft did with the Xbox One was instead basically the Xbox 720, where it's like the golden era of Xbox, but on steroids. I'll tell you right now, I think they could have easily surpassed 100 million units sold. There's no Kinect, no TV, none of this nonsense. Just games, AAA games, deals. You know what I mean? And imagine that that's what they focused on, but they didn't. They did the opposite of that. They screwed up, and so they were like, you know what? We can't do this in the console market anymore. You know, maybe the console market's tapped out. We're struggling here. We're gonna go pursue this other market, and now there's this kind of war going on. It's kind of I don't know if it's a cold war necessarily, but you know, there's kind of this war going on between Sony and Microsoft where it's like, I'm telling you, man, by the end of this generation, something is going to change. Something is going to change. And the thing that's going to change is we're going to see one of these companies is going to be proven right, and the other one is potentially going to be proven wrong. And I want personally to see Sony prove people wrong. You know, I want to see them come out here and show that the traditional console business model is not going away, and it's not going to be replaced. It is irreplaceable, and more importantly, it's not tapped out. We haven't hit the ceiling yet. That's what I want to see. That's a bit selfish of me because, you know, I know that that's how I play video games and how I enjoy them. And I know that there are people who are like, oh, you know, Sony should make their stuff available everywhere. There shouldn't be a $500 barrier to entry to the PS5, so on and so forth. But, you know, I don't know, man. This is how I view things. And I see what's happening. I don't know if you guys noticed, but Sony actually increased their projected sales for PS5. A couple of months ago,
we were talking about how Sony said, we're going to sell 18 million PS5s this fiscal year. And they had two back-to-back quarters where they only sold a couple million PS5s. They sold, like, as I said earlier, 3 million PS5s. So people are looking around. They're like, dude, you think you're going to sell 18 million PS5s? You can't even hit 4 million in a quarter. What are you doing? And Sony was like, yeah, we're not budging. We're going to keep going. Like, we're going to hit 18 million. Don't worry. And suddenly you can see that not only is Sony about to prove themselves right that, like, yeah, we're going to hit 18 million. They actually increased it by, I believe, another million units. And I'm just trying to say that we went from people looking at Sony's sales projections saying there's no way you're going to, how are you going to hit 18 million, to now it's like, oh, we're actually going to hit more than 18 million. I mean, they're looking to basically double what the PS4 did at the same time period. This is why I'm saying, man, I think people, I know that it sounds like PS5 hitting 150 million units sounds impossible. Let's, as the Tony Todd, the voice actor of Venom, said, let's wait and watch. Let's wait and watch. Yeah, RP Gaming, Rice Pudding Gaming, I guess that's what it stands for. Hold my beer. Yeah, Sony's like, hold my beer. So anyway, sorry, I had to go on that little side quest there. All right, Pragmatic Cat, you're saying Activision Blizzard isn't 100% necessary for Xbox. Every game they're releasing this year is from Bethesda, besides Forza, Hi-Fi Rush, Redfall, and Starfield, all Bethesda. That's true, but, here's what Pragmatic Cat, I think you're correct in that it's not necessary 100%, but here's a couple things I want to point out. So, like, Bethesda, Bethesda's only going to be able to have so much output themselves, right? Like, we're already hearing that Starfield might end up getting delayed. Apparently, like, the date is not locked in. So it's clear that, like, Bethesda's not going to have a new game every month or every other month. They're still going to have games that are relatively, they're going to be relatively spaced out. I think, and I'm just going to be real right now, and again, I know how this sounds, but just I'm answering your super chat. I think the big risk that Microsoft faces if they can't get the Activision Blizzard deal to go through is the possible exposure of Xbox Game Studios dysfunction. I say this simply because it still hasn't changed. It's still basically just, when it comes to bigger exclusives, Halo, Forza, Gears. We just heard that apparently the Coalition canceled their smaller project they were working on, and they actually suffered some layoffs, and now they're just purely working on the next mainline Gears of War. We're seeing what's happening with 343 Industry, layoffs there, the downfall of Halo. The only first-party Xbox Studios game that seems to have its shit together once again is Forza. Nothing has changed inside of Xbox Game Studios, man. And I think that the reason why Microsoft is so desperate to get Activision Blizzard on top of Bethesda is because I don't think that they have confidence in their own studios to be able to supply the types of games that will be needed for the necessary growth. The necessary growth that Game Pass will need to be successful and eventually profitable. I could be wrong, and I'm totally open to being wrong, and Microsoft proving that, hey, they got their shit together internally. But it's more Minecraft updates and just new Minecraft game, and that's fine. Forza, Gear 6 is in the works, and we see what happened with Halo, and it's like, I think that this is. And yeah, there's Fable. Yeah, I mean, dude, Fable's in the works, but we don't know what Fable is. We don't know what Fable is. We have no idea. So I think Microsoft is leaning. They've been leaning and relying on these other, like Obsidian. Yeah, they've relied on them a little bit. They have these smaller games, and you see things working out for Xbox, like Hi-Fi Rush. And that's great. Like, Xbox does have good things working for it, but I just think that unfortunately these are not the things that Xbox needs to make Game Pass successful. And I think that's just the harsh reality. So we'll see what Starfield does for it. We'll see what Redfall does, but there's no doubt, that Microsoft wants Activision Blizzard because they know that Activision Blizzard will be the thing that skyrockets Game Pass. And if they can't get Activision Blizzard, they might have to do a lot more work, I guess you could say, so to speak. That is more risky work, basically. So, let me see here. Broccoli Rob, you're saying, hey, MBG, can I borrow $1? This is your weekly. Broccoli Rob, this is your weekly. Can I borrow $1? No, man. No, I'm sorry. It's just, I appreciate the $2 you're giving me, and you're letting me borrow $1. That's how it is, bro. You know how it is, Broccoli Rob. You know what the score is. So thank you for that, man. Disco Cobra 2013, you're saying, I just recently got a PS3 60 gigabyte backward compatible version. It was delidded, if I'm saying that right, and had new thermal paste / pads and a fan upgrade. Hope it lasts a while. I love the idea of having my PS3 / PS5 hooked up at the same time for most games. See, that's fascinating to me, man. That's so interesting. I think it's so interesting that, they're people have like attachments to some of their consoles. Attachments in the sense that, like, you don't. I mean, look, the PS3. There's a great reason to still be attached to that console because, yeah, the only way to really play PS3 games natively, in the way that they're meant to be played, right, is through having a PS3. So I think that that's actually a pretty good investment. And, there have been rumors swirling over the past couple years, man, that apparently internally Sony is to an extent working on, they're working on apparently native PS3, emulated playback for the PS5. I'll tell you right now, I think that at some point Sony's going to have to do something. That's why I kind of believe they are working on it. But in your case, man, basically going out of your way to find a nice backwards compatible PS3 where you could play PS1, PS2, PS3 games, going in, giving it a fan upgrade, new thermal paste. I mean, I don't think there's any arguing with that, bro. Like, really, I feel like that's the ideal setup, because even if you could play these games natively, like on your PS5, it's just like, I don't know. I don't think the dream is ever going to come true for the PS5. I don't ever see a day where it's like, I can just put my PS3 game into my PS5 and play it. So you basically have the whole thing. You have every generation of PlayStation to be played natively at your disposal. I like that, man. So I hope it holds up for you too. You're saying you love the idea. I have to admit, it's not something I've thought about. It's not, but that sounds really good. Like, I like that. I like the idea of just, you don't have to think twice. You could just, if you got a PS1 game for some reason that you want to play, a PS2 game, PS3, boom, right there. PS4, PS5's covered. I like it. Yeah, let me know how that works out for you, dude. You'll have to let me know after you get some time with it, if it's everything you hoped it would be. And I hope it holds up for you, man. So thank you for that. Thank you, Disco Cobra. William Aguilar with 2 back-to-back super chats. Thank you again for the 50, man. Very, very generous of you. I want to thank all of you for the incredible support once again. You're saying, well, I did read this first one where you're making it clear. I'll just read it back to back so we can clear up this PS5 beta update confusion. That is my fault. You're saying, no, this only works if the game you own on disc is also included in PS Plus, in the PS Plus game catalog. In the new PS5 beta, if you own a game on disc, you can select it to just auto get the digital PS Plus extra version. You say the new feature in the beta is really cool. For example, I own Ghost Recon on disc, and it had the disc icon, But if you select the game without inserting the disc and click the three dots, you can auto claim the digital download from the PS Plus catalog. No more need to insert the disc. See that? Okay, so again, once again, William, thank you for clarifying that, because I clearly was putting out some bad information there. I'm sure a lot of people were like, "What's MBG talking about, man? What is bro talking about over here? Talking about just being able to take your discs out and just start your games without needing the disc." Yeah, that's not possible. But this is a still, I think, a very nice quality of life improvement. You're saying, "Whoa, MVG, I saw that super chat like hours ago. I apologize, guys." This is what's so hard about. It's not hard, but it's like it is a matter of balancing out the podcast where I want to make sure I'm fully engaged with the super chats and prioritizing them, but I also have things I want to say as well, so it can make it a bit of a balancing act. I think you guys are used to it that by now though. And I think everybody who super chats, you guys know that I will get to it, even if it's a little bit later down the line. But William, yeah, dude, this is a great quality of life improvement. And it's something that if you think about it, again, with PS Plus Extra existing and the PS Plus catalog growing more and more, right? It's something that I feel like people probably have been asking for, and it's extremely convenient. So, William, I'm glad you're here to clarify that, because I almost wonder if somebody wasn't here to point it out, that's like, no, here's how it actually works. I would have been out here just giving people some bad info. So thank you again for the support, William. Always appreciate you showing up and chiming in. By the way, William, I've been meaning to ask you, do I have you as a mod, William? Because I feel like I don't know if I feel like I meant to make you a mod. I don't know if I asked you before or if you want to be a mod, because you've definitely, I think, earned your way to that, because we talked about mods earlier. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna definitely make you a mod. What? Hold on, they changed the settings here a little bit. Yeah. Wait, that didn't. I think I hit the. Hold on. So, all right, William, you're gonna have to let me know how that works out for you, because for some reason they changed the. Like for some reason the only option it gives me is to make you a managing moderator, and I don't even know what that is. So I'll just leave that be for now, and when this podcast is over, I'll go into the normal YouTube settings and check it out. Whoa, just seeing now. Who is that? Kratos99 with a very generous super chat. Man, you guys are awesome. Like, really, thank you guys so much. Like, I can't really, I appreciate it, bro. I really do. I'm gonna read your super chat in just a minute. Kratos99. Yeah, I don't know if they just changed the terminology, if like they're just calling it like moderator manager now or whatever. But yeah, William, you've been here, and I see you here like every single week. I see you in all the streams, and you've supported the channel in a huge way. So I feel like you definitely have, and you know your stuff, man. So I feel like you've definitely earned a place with some modhood here. So appreciate it, man. I still have a couple of so Kratos99. I'm going to get to your super chat in just a moment. I have to make sure I can get to these super chats, because I really am beginning to feel bad that I'm leaving people hanging here. So let's see. Disco Cobra 2013. You're saying, just on another note, along with my PS3, I'm curious, what do you prefer, physical copies of games or digital? I'm fine with both, but I did get a 50-foot Ethernet cable to connect to the PS3 for digital games. Yeah, dude, I've had some experience with some very absurdly long Ethernet cables that have to be run. But, I mean, for me personally, I prefer physical games. Like, I just like having a tangible physical copy. I don't have a problem with digital. Like my problem with digital isn't necessarily the same as everybody else, but I guess like for me at this point, it's just a matter of I like collecting physical games. I like having them, to not only just I don't know about you guys, but one of the biggest things for me in collecting physical games is just seeing them. I know that sounds so silly, but it like I feel like that's something that anybody who collects games totally understands. Where it's like I just like seeing my collection. You know what I mean? It's like almost like having a piece of art or something, or a poster that's framed or just something like that you just on your wall. You like to see it, and seeing that collection growing and it just I don't know, it's very satisfying. But there are other layers to that as well where it's just like it's nice to I don't I don't know why, but to me buying a game digitally does not feel the same as buying a game physically. I know it sounds insane, but I almost feel like buying a game physically adds to the overall experience. It's just more enjoyable to not to a great degree. Like if we could only play games digitally, I'm not going to sit here and say that I would quit gaming because that would be a lie. I'm not going to quit gaming, but I would genuinely feel like, man, it would just be like I'll give you a great example. The upcoming Last of Us multiplayer game. I'm pretty sure this is going to be a free to play game and I'm nervous. I'm very nervous. Well, not nervous. That's a bit hyperbolic, but I'm really hopeful that there's going to be a physical version of this game to buy, like on disc, because I would love to have that as part of a collection. And I feel like that would just add in my brain. I don't know why. Something lights up where I'm like, I'm more excited for it. I don't, yeah, it just works. I don't know what it is. I've tried to explain it time and time again, but it's just a thing where it's like, there's something about having a physical collection of games that a digital collection just does not feel the same. It feels hollow in comparison. Like I do have some digital games for sure. And I've even thought about what if I were to just try to go all digital? What if that were to be something I do? And I'm like looking at the game library and catalog and I'm like, this just doesn't feel the same to me. I don't know why. It doesn't feel the same. So that's where I'm at when it comes to, physical versus digital. But I do buy digital games, or I do buy some games on occasion digitally, where it's, sometimes I game share in some cases. Other times it's just like, I do like a game I'm playing, for example, I've been talking about it for a while, is I still play Dead by Daylight. And I bought that game digitally and I put so many hours into it. And I did see that there is apparently a physical version of Dead by Daylight. I think it's a Chinese version, but it does exist. And it's like $50. And I'm like, I think at some point I want to buy that just to collect, just to have, because it's a game I put so much time in. I just feel like it's something I would want, so that's where I am with that. And man, William, dude, geez, you guys are coming out in force today with the support. Seriously, thank you so much. Luis, hope I'm saying it correctly. I feel like that's how I want to say it. Luis Giargo. I know that J is probably silent. Hargo, I don't know. Luis, I don't know why I'm getting hung up on this. I think I'm just a little bit caught off guard because you guys are like doing some huge super chat donations here. But Luis, member for 12 months, you're saying, I liked playing Forspoken, but I'm loving playing Dead Space Remake right now. Dude, yeah, I gotta say, man, I'm not surprised, but it is kind of depressing. I'm just not seeing people talk about Forspoken, man. I'm not. Like, I feel like it's not even to a point where I don't even see people like hating on it. It's not talked about. It's not. I feel like it had a day or two in the sun, and then that's just it. It's poof, it's gone. And I gotta say, you guys, for those of you who were here earlier who heard me talking about my experience with Dead Space, I'm very glad I got it. I'm very glad I got it over Forspoken, frankly. So I'm happy to hear that though, man. Josh, you're saying PSVR2 is pricey, but I'm seeing these big VR enthusiasts who got their hands on it with it got hands on with it, say that it makes high-end 3K headsets look like napkin doodles. Jeez. Yeah, that's that's something we have to acknowledge, man. Is I know that a lot of times people with in a lot of cases with PlayStation VR2, the sticker shock is there. It's like $550. That's more expensive than the PS5. But I feel like a lot of people don't fully like maybe take a second to think like, but there's a reason for that. Like you're gonna get what you pay for, big time, like big time. And that's I've been listening to some of these impressions as well and reading some of them. And yeah, dude, it's as I second time I'm using this word today, but it's extremely tantalizing. It's extremely tantalizing, and I'm so curious, man, to see what else Sony may have in the works for VR because I feel like we're just seeing the beginning. You know, just like when we talked about the PS5, I feel like we're just seeing the beginning of what can be done and the potential that can be tapped into with VR2. So very exciting times, man. Alex Mercer, the prototype. You're saying just 100% at Dead Space remake on the Series X version, and I just beat Impossible mode again on the PS5 version. Platinum trophy is now secured and closed. That's crazy. See, dude, that's impressive, man. Congratulations on that. You're going all out for both versions. I'm hoping to get the platinum. And dude, how is Impossible mode? Because I don't know, man. I don't want to say I suck at games because I feel like I'm pretty good at games. When I want to get good at a game, I get good at a game. But man, like I'm going through some sections in Dead Space Remake, and there are just some sections where I'm playing it just on medium, and I'm getting my ass whooped. I'm like, what's going on here? I have every intention of trying to play this game on whatever do you have to beat it on Impossible mode to get the platinum? I feel like I can do it. I've done some very difficult playthroughs before, but you're saying you can pause as you die or when you die and quit to the main menu or as you die and load the save. Yeah, is impossible difficulty, is that like that ridiculous mode where it's like one death equals it's like permadeath mode? Is that what it is? Because I don't if that's a requirement for the trophy, I don't know if I can do it. You have to be oh my god, no way. No way. MBG beat Sifu, so it shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, man. Like I said, I've beaten some of these difficult. Hold on, whoa, hold it. See, that changes the game for me. You're telling me it's a permadeath? I guess maybe I could do it. Maybe I could do it. I'll probably have to cheat it a little bit though. You know, we'll see. We'll see. My son's out there like yelling. I don't know what he's yelling at. Yeah, I mean, hey, I got the platinum for Sifu. I don't know. Is there anybody here, before I move to the next one, is there anybody here who has gotten the platinum for Sifu and also the platinum for Dead Space Remake? If so, which one was more difficult? I need some context here. I need some context. So thank you for that, Alex Mercer. I got Jay Pierce again, man. You're saying, did you hear about Bill Gates buying all this farmland? He did an interview and never gave a straight answer as to why. That is suspicious. You guys are saying Sifu was harder? Really? Okay, all right. Maybe I don't feel so bad then. Although, you know, I think I'm downplaying the difficulty of Sifu because I did have a hard time with that for a while. Yeah, dude, Jay, I don't know, man. I don't know what to think of that. I don't really follow stuff like that. Like I mean, you know, Bill Gates, one of the richest people in the world, buying all this farmland. I don't know. People have their conspiracies about Bill Gates, and it's one of these things. Where it's like I will say, truthfully speaking, like I'm just naturally suspicious of people with power, just because of how we've seen how things can become corrupt very easily. You know, people can become corrupt relatively easily. Money corrupts, power corrupts. We know this. You know, it's like Abraham Lincoln said, if you want to, you know, test the true character of a man, give him power. And I think that's a very true. I think that's absolutely true. So I don't know, man. If I had more information on it, I would be able to maybe give you a better answer. But I'm always suspicious, man. I'm always suspicious. Maybe too much so. But also not surprised, unfortunately. You know? That's the sad thing. That's the sad thing. I'm suspicious, but also not surprised sometimes. So thank you for that, Jay. Pragmatic Cat, you're saying he is obviously buying land to grow clones to buy Xboxes. Yeah, there it is. Pragmatic Cat nailed it. We know it's all part of the Xbox plan, bro. That's the to grow clones. Dude, that took such a hard left turn. That's funny. That is funny. Jay Pierce again saying over 700 people watching. Can we get some likes for the best PS news and leaks? Oh well, thank you so much for that, man. Thank you. I appreciate it, bro. Yeah, hit that like button, guys. We should easily be able to crush 400 likes at this point. That's very kind of you. Dude, I will say, man, like, you know, I'm always a lot of times I'm always worried about the channel, right? Because you know how things are. Like things can it's up and down, really. It's like a seesaw when it comes to YouTube, and you know, now YouTube is pushing shorts and everybody's getting on that bandwagon, and I'm gonna try, you know, I'm gonna try out shorts, but I always get nervous that like, man, I hope YouTube doesn't completely like deprioritize. I hope YouTube doesn't completely deprioritize like live streaming, because it's like one of my favorite things to do. And the thing that I realize is there's like three sections of content, right? There's the shorts, which are the most impersonal, just bite size, like very short form content. There's regular content, which are like my news videos, where they're not the most personal. They can be if I want them to be, but they're, you know, they're videos. There's a barrier there to a degree. That's like normal YouTube content. And then the live streams I've noticed is like this is really where like basically, and no, you know, this isn't any offense to people who watch my videos. Like I know that, excuse me, there are plenty of people who watch my videos who don't necessarily watch my streams or my podcast. But what I can say is that people who not only show up to the streams, people who watch my podcasts after they're done being live, I know that they are definitely a fan of my content and me in general, like as in like they like to hear what I have to say because they're watching a 4.5 hour stream of me talking to the camera, right? But especially those who show up to the streams, uh, you know, even if it's just a couple times, but especially those who are here like consistently and able to, and try to prioritize it and are engaged, like it's, you know, that's why I kind of love the live stream format and the podcast format or what we do here, because it's more personal, and it allows me to just be more of myself. And you guys, I guess what I'm just trying to say is I know that those of you who are here now like are here for me, you know, and here because you want to hang out and you support me in that way. So it's really cool. You know, it's really cool, and I feel really privileged and like I said, blessed to be able to do this. And it's great, man. It's great, and I'm able to do it because you guys allow me to do so. And that's really just the point I'm trying to make is I never really know what's going to happen with YouTube, and with things are always in flux and changing. And you know, it's just nice to know that every Sunday, or even when I just do live streams, events, whatever, it's cool to know that at any moment of any day, I could start a live stream about probably anything. Of course, mostly gaming, because that's really what the channel's about, but probably anything. And there's going to be like a certain amount of people who are just like, yeah, man, let's go. Like, let's hang out. Let's talk, you know, and that's very cool. Like that is a very cool thing. And just want to thank you guys for that. PS Previewer, PS Previewer 100 saying off topic, what's your favorite music album of 2022? Great question. Yeah, it's a tough one, man, because you know what, one of the albums I think the album I spent the most amount of time listening to, I don't know if I could say it's my favorite, although it's hard to argue that because I spent the most amount of time, is Red Hot Chili Peppers Unlimited Love. I'm a huge Chili Peppers fan. I listened to that so much. Really, really, really got into it heavily. But another, now I'm gonna list off to you 3 albums that I spent a lot of time listening to. The latest Machine Head album. I don't know how many Machine Head fans there are here. I mean, they're kind of like they're not really the most popular metal band these days, but really got into their new album. I think their new album is called Unhallowed. Then there's Lamb of God. I've been a Lamb of God fan since I was in like 7th grade. They put out a new album, listen to that a lot, and also, of course, Slipknot. The new Slipknot album is very, very good as well. I gotta admit, I think I like the 2019 Slipknot album more so than the new one, but these 4 albums are basically the ones that I spent the most amount of time listening to. And I'm sure that I know for a fact there's more. I just don't have it right in front of me, but I'm super into music, man. Like I mean, I'm really, truthfully, I'm almost completely into like rock and metal. I sometimes go outside of that, but mainly that's where that's just the kind of music I love, man. All types of rock, like every type of rock music, not every type of metal. But yeah. So hopefully that gives you some insight. And I feel like that's so funny because it's like I went from like, oh yeah, Red Hot Chili Peppers to like Lamb of God. Anyway, we see we have Gabriel Ortiz Jr. saying, doing the math at full price, if everyone on Game Pass Ultimate played Starfield, they will probably break even. Microsoft will need to rely on new subs and Steam players who have been trained to not pay full price. Yeah, man. I mean, there's a lot of math that could be done, and it's. I will say, I think Starfield is going to sell pretty well. Like, I think a lot of people are going to, they're going to play Starfield through Game Pass, but I think there's going to be a lot of people, who do buy the game too. I don't doubt that. And we'll see, man, because I'll tell you now, if you're not like Microsoft isn't going to talk about Game Pass ever in a negative way. You know what I mean? Like they could lose subs, but they're not going to be like, yeah, so we lost Game Pass subs and we're struggling. I just think that you'll know here's what I'll say. You'll know that Starfield and Redfall and like these games were successful for Microsoft if in a couple months, like maybe the next quarter after, or when they do their quarterly earnings, if they give you a specific number for Game Pass. Microsoft rarely ever gives specific numbers, but they'll only do so if they hit a milestone. So you'll know that it definitely did something for them in a big way with Game Pass if they give these specific numbers. But I'm not sure that they will. I see somebody asking in the chat, am I a fan of Rammstein? I'm familiar with some of their music, but I gotta admit, like, they're not a band that I like have on my playlist and listen to frequently. But I do like their music, and I've been a fan, but like very much a very super super casual fan that has listened to them on rare occasion. Oh, did they have some tracks in the Resident Evil movies? That's funny. So thank you for that, Gabriel. We have The Furious saying, after Game Pass, people I know refuse to pay for games. Dude, yes. Yes. Can I talk about that for just a moment? I don't think I've ever mentioned it, but yeah, I do know somebody personally, a friend who I don't know that he refuses to ever buy games anymore, but that's where he is now, where he's like, if it's not on Game Pass, I just don't really, I'm not going to pay for it. I mean, and he straight up said multiple times that he'll never pay $70 for a video game ever. Like, I kind of get that. Like, I understand where it's like, if you just feel, but it's just crazy because I just remember like back, even like, I mean, I know it's a long time ago. I'm not trying to make it sound like it's not a long time ago, but like 7 years ago, 8 years ago, like that wasn't a thing, like it was just like, if you see a game you like you're going to pay for it and buy it. And now it really is getting to a point where, I am seeing more people be like, oh, is it on Game Pass? And it's like, no, well, then I don't care. I'm not interested, and that's Yeah, there is certainly a cause for concern to a degree about, like, how is the subscription service model, conditioning consumers to a degree. But I will say, seeing God of War doing so well, which we're going to talk about in just a moment here again, gives us hope. Gives us hope. Josh Z, thank you, man. You're saying, MBG, what did you think of The Last of Us Episode 3? I think that it is a masterclass in properly straying from the source material. Acting was incredible. So, yeah, dude, I totally forgot. That's the thing. That's the problem about watching these episodes on Sunday night. It's a full week later, so it slips my mind. But, yeah, dude, wow. Episode 3 of The Last of Us, it took a turn that I was not expecting. And I gotta say, like, truthfully speaking, it was the best episode I've seen so far, simply because it really did everything I hoped it would. But it also did it in a way where I thought I knew exactly what was going to happen. And it just was like, nope. Like, you think you played the game and you think you know what's going to happen, but we're doing this in a different way. And here's the best part about it. You're absolutely right, Josh, is that it is a masterclass, because even though it changed so much, it still conveyed the. So, here, some spoilers for episode 3 of The Last of Us, just a heads up. The thing I liked about it is that if you play The Last of Us, the character of Bill in the game, is very much like, here's what he's Joel walks away from that, I think, looking at as like, that's what I could become. And Bill very much became a very jaded, person that almost became, to a degree, almost dehumanized, right? Where, like, he at the end of the Bill's town section in The Last of Us, he finds his partner dead, hung himself, because he got bit, and you almost expect that, oh man, now you're gonna see the humanity come out of Bill in that moment. But it's been like, Bill is so much, like, in the game, just dehumanized to a degree, just where he's like, he says fuck him, I don't care. Like, dude was an idiot and didn't know how to survive right. And I just was like, I remember one of the more interesting things in The Last of Us game is, before you leave that area, if you go into the other room, there was a note left by Frank that was presumably for Bill. And it gives you more insight into, like, their relationship and everything. And I will say, like, that was one of the sections of the game where it's like, I was definitely anticipating in the show that they were going to expand further upon this character and these characters. And they did it in a way where it's like, now at the end of The Last of Us episode 3, I feel like if we look at the game and what Joel walked away from when when they left Bill's town, I think the thing that Joel walked away from with that was, that's who I could become, and I don't want to become that. Like, if I choose to completely close myself off to caring about anybody at all, and it's just about me and just about survival, that's who I'll become. And he got a glimpse of that. And I feel like what was so cool about episode 3 of the show is they went in the other direction, where Joel walked away from Bill and Bill's town saying, basically, like, this is who I can become, and I can break out of that. Just, it's purely about me and survival, and I maybe can care about somebody again, in that way. And it's so well done, man. And I did see some people, like, I did see a lot of people for some reason hating on this episode, and I'm just like, I don't know, man. I understand. Like, I understand that there are going to be people that are like, oh, that episode was too gay or whatnot. And, like, and there are other people saying, like, they just didn't like the fact that they focused so much on Bill. And I'm just like, dude, this is exactly what I hoped for from this show. Because the thing I will say, I was so thoroughly impressed with episode 1 and 2, but I did get this feeling that like, oh, they're not going to change that much, like there really aren't going to be any surprises in the show, are there? And then episode 3 was like, no, we are going to give you some surprises, and we are going to change some things. And I enjoyed it. And I will say, and this is major spoiler for episode 3, just a heads up, the part of the show where I was so sure, like I even said to my wife out loud, it was the scene at the end when, Frank was clearly, Frank was like, hey, I want you, they're having their dinner and Bill's basically mixing his cocktail that's going to, kill him basically. And then he says like, yeah, I took it too, like enough to take out a horse, like basically doing the gesture of, hey, I'm going to die with you because you were my life basically, and you're going to die. There's no reason for me to continue living. It's very romantic in that way. And what I thought was so interesting is and they showed the scene where they were like, he's like, all right, let's just go to bed. Let's go to sleep. Basically saying like, they're going to go upstairs to die. And my wife was like, oh, he's going to die. So he's going to die. And I'm like, I was like, no, Bill's not going to die. Like, I did give you guys a spoiler warning. I did give you spoiler warnings. And I was just like, I literally turned to my wife. I'm like, no, he's not going to die. Like, he doesn't die. And then he just dies. And I'm like, what the? I was like, what? I was like, holy shit. Like, they really, wow. Like, they actually went into a different direction. And I actually loved it, man. Like, I thought it was so good. And final thing I'll say before getting to these other super chats, I got to say, like, I am now much more interested in seeing how the rest of the season plays out, knowing that, okay, we are now getting an idea of how far they're willing to go to change things that, in pretty profound ways. And also shout out to Nick Offerman. And unfortunately, I don't know the name of the actor who played Frank, but dude, masterful performances. I mean, it was really, really good, man. Like, and I just want to say one last thing here too. There were people, again, hating on this, and I'm just like, look, if you walk away from an episode like that and you think, I wanted the focus to be more on Joel and Ellie, and I didn't really, I didn't sign up to watch The Last of Us to watch a whole episode dedicated to Bill and his boyfriend, right? Look, I feel like if you watch that episode and you can't walk away realizing that, dude, that is a masterclass in storytelling. Like that is some of the best storytelling. Like, sincerely, with some of the best writing. I think that's crazy. Like, I think you are just like, frankly, I think you're just totally missing like something very important here. And one of the things that I do want to point out, and people who were trying to defend the show a little bit, were trying to point out that, like, guys, The Last of Us is about human relationships. Like, that's what the entire premise of the game, the first and the second, that's what it's about. Yes, there's zombies and the infection in the world, and that's a huge part of it. But at its core, like, it's about human relationships, and that's absolutely true. If you think about what people remember most about The Last of Us, it's not of course, people are like the clickers, the bloater, and the intensity, but it's really when people ask you, like, when you're asked, like, what do you think of when you think of The Last of Us? I think Joel and Ellie, and you think of their relationship. You know what I mean? So I just think it's very cool that they're using this as an opportunity to further flesh out and expand upon who I think were very interesting characters in the game. Because I will say, Bill was one of the cooler characters in the game. One of the, like, he really, even though we didn't see Frank in the game, we only heard about him. It really did make me wonder, like, damn, I would like to know more about this Bill character, because there's some interesting stuff here. And yeah, I enjoyed it, man. I enjoyed it. But, at the same time, I know that not everybody's going to enjoy everything. So to each their own is what I say. Anyway, I'm now moving on to a extremely generous super chat. Two very generous super chats. One from Kratos99, the other from William Aguilar again. But Kratos99, you paid a lot of money to ask this question, so I'm going to make sure I give it its time again. You're saying, MBG, what are your thoughts on God of War Ragnarok selling 11 million copies in 3 months? So clearly, Kratos99, I can tell that you may have missed this section. I did talk about it earlier, but I will talk about it again, and I feel like I have to honor your super chat here, man. You deserve that. My thoughts on God of War selling 11 million copies honestly, it's less than 3 months. God of War came out on November 9th, and it's not February 9th yet, so it's actually been less than 3 months. My thoughts on it are pretty simple. I think it's a great sign that, first of all, AAA single player games. Remember when there was like a time when like people, like executives across the industry, not all of them, but there were just some executives that were like, yeah, I don't know, single player games. Does anybody care about them anymore? Or they're dead, right? Like, I mean, what a slap to the face of that narrative. That it's not even a slap. It's dead and buried at this point. I mean, I think it was EA that said that, and now EA is even making more single player games because this notion that these big AAA single player games like God of War were ever going to go away and die. Like, no, they're going to get bigger, they're going to get better, and they're going to improve. That's what's going to happen. And yes, it will be more expensive to make that happen, but this is where we are. And I just think that God of War is so I want to search this right now. Okay. I'm going to see God of War 2018 10 million. I want to see how long it took God of War 2018 to sell 10 million copies. So, God of War came out. Let me just do a God of War 2018 release. God of War 2018 released on April 20th, 2018. And it was announced on May 21st, 2019, over a year later, that sales had passed 10 million. Holy shit. That's actually more profound than I thought. That is wild. So I thought that there was a shorter gap. I thought that there was a much shorter gap between like when we learned, oh, this is when God of War 2018 sold 10 million units. I thought there was a shorter gap, but it took over a year. It took over a year for God of War 2018 to sell 10 million. It took less than 3 months for Ragnarok to do more than 10 million, to do 11 million plus. Holy crap. Here's another one for you. Just for comparison's sake, The Last of Us Part 2, 10 million. So The Last of Us Part 2, it was announced in June 20th. No, I have it right here. June 11th, 2022, The Last of Us 2 is sold over 10 million. So The Last of Us took about 2 years to do that. So it took God of War 2018 1 year. It took The Last of Us 2 2 years. Let's see. Ghost of Tsushima 10 million. Ghost of Tsushima took about 2 years as well. Wow. That's crazy. So on July 16th, 2022, it was announced Ghost of Tsushima was very, very, very close to selling 10 million. I think it was just a little bit short, but certainly it's over 10 million now. So, guys, and let's check just for good measure. Spider-Man 2, or no, Spider-Man PS4 10 million. I want to see when. So oddly enough, it was announced that it sold 9 million copies on January 7th. So that's actually really good. That's Yeah, this is why I'm interested to see what Spider-Man 2 does, because Spider-Man came out in September of 2018. That's very good. And then on November 18th, 2020, it was announced it sold more than 20 million. So yeah, I'm just trying to give you guys some context with this, to give you an idea, maybe a better understanding of just how absolutely insane this 11 million number is in less than 3 months. And it's not even a multi-platform game. It's not even a multi-platform game. Dude, it was just announced by Capcom. I know they're two different games, two different genres, but it was just announced by Capcom, I think the same week actually, that Resident Evil 2 Remake has sold 11 million copies. And that came out, what, in 2018? So, like, I'll say this. This is the final thing I'll say about God of War Ragnarok selling 11 million copies. I don't know what Sony's expectations were for this. Surely they had internal expectations. I would not be surprised at all if their expectations were like kind of shattered, because I'll tell you this. If you were to tell me like, hey, it took God of War 2018 over 1 year to sell 10 million, I'll tell you this: if you gave me that statistic and then asked me to try to predict like how much God of War Ragnarok, or how long it's going to take Ragnarok to do that, I would have said maybe like 6 or 7 months, maybe 8 months. Like, I think it'll get there quicker. But dude, I would have never, dude, that's crazy. That is crazy. So I think it bodes extremely well. I think it's a great sign for PlayStation Studios. I think it really does highlight the power. I know it sounds really cliche, but really the power of PlayStation and the brand. I think it just goes to show that, people like myself, so I don't know what I'm talking about. Sometimes I don't like, and I say that because I remember I was like, dude, I don't know. I feel like Sony, they're not marketing this game enough, man. How come Sony isn't doing a dedicated state of play for God of War Ragnarok? Like, I really did start to kind of get into that zone of, I don't know that they're handling this right, and I was getting nervous. But clearly, Sony they very clearly know what they're doing. They knew that maybe for a game like God of War Ragnarok, it's let's hold back and hold off as long as we can, and when we are very close to the finish line, by that I mean the release, just 2 months before release, we are going to go all in. It's going to just be a total, just a total, unleashing it all at one time. Also, something else I want to point out here. I see MGS player saying, okay, dude, we get it. Let me just say this final thing and I'll move on. I feel like what this also tells us is that Sony, I think, is going to begin to put more importance on the holiday window, the holiday release. I say this. Oh, wait, hold on. MGS player, you're saying that was not for you, MVG. Keep going. Sorry, bro. I don't see. Sometimes I just catch these things and I have no context of who you were talking to. So I apologize, man. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put you on the spot like that. I think that Sony is now going to look at the holiday release window as just more important than ever before. I say this because, like, I feel like we've always seen Sony operate a little bit differently. And by that, I mean, Sony has seemingly not put the same type of priority on the September, October, November release. By that, I mean, like, they're not going to be afraid to, we're going to put out our big game in February. We're going to put out our big game, in April or something like that, or in June, right? Like, Sony's, and I think that's good. And I hope that doesn't change, because I feel like if a game's not ready, it's got to be delayed. But like, I look at a game like Spider-Man 2, and come on, we got to be real right now, right? There's no doubt Sony's looking at the 11 million copies sold in less than 3 months and thinking, how much of it, like, how much of an impact did us releasing this in November make? Surely a pretty significant one. It's a difficult question to answer. Like, I do wonder if God of War came out in April of 2022. Maybe not that. I don't want to say it. Like, if God of War came out, let's just say February or March of 2023, it got delayed. Would it still do the same numbers? I don't know. I want to say probably, but we don't know for sure. So I feel like right now, what this almost it does guarantee. I mean, it's already been announced. Sony's like, dude, we're releasing Spider-Man 2 in fall of 2023. And I do feel like Insomniac, I don't know. I think they're going to be willing to crunch to make that happen. And I think I mean, why wouldn't you? You know what I mean? I feel like after seeing this, if you're Insomniac, if you're Sony, we got to make sure this game is out before it's either got to come out September, October, November. I mean, just look at this. Like, how could you not make that happen? Now, maybe they won't have to crunch. I don't necessarily mean crunch in a toxic way where it's like, give up your life and slave for a game. No, I just feel like let's look at God of War Ragnarok, for example. I told people that I'm pretty sure one of the main reasons we're not actually seeing the game yet, at least I thought this, is because they're just so focused on making sure they can cross that finish line and get the game like right down pat, right? Like with games like this, if you listen to game directors that work on these big expensive AAA games, they'll all tell you the same thing, and that is, dude, they don't know what's going to happen. Things are so crazy by the time you're getting to that final stage that you're in a different mode. And I remember when we saw pictures, right? Like there were pictures put out where you saw the director of Ragnarok, Eric Williams, and the director of God of War 2018, Corey Barlog. They're standing there, you could tell like they just got this nervous look where they're like, okay, the game's out. Now we're tracking it. Let's see what happens. Let's see what people are saying. Let's see how it's selling. Let's see if something's going to break. This is how it is with these big AAA games. But I just feel like to close this out, man, and Kratos99, again, $100 super chat. I got to give you your time here. I feel like this just continues to add to the prestige around PlayStation Studios, because God of War Ragnarok was executed flawlessly. And that is something that I feel like maybe we haven't talked about enough, how there is so much pressure on the studio, on the entire development team, to on all of Sony as well, to make sure that not only does this game come out November 9th, doesn't suffer a delay, not only does it live up to the standards that the fans expect, not only is it following up, a game like God of War 2018, where it's like, dude, those expectations are sky high, but it flawlessly executes on all fronts. It's amazing. And you got to give credit where it's due. You got to be able to look at Sony and their management. You got to be able to look at their development teams and the talent, and these people know what they're doing. Like, these people absolutely know what they're doing. They're performing, or not performing. I don't want to put it that way, but they're again, the word execution comes to mind. They're executing at such a high level that it's like they're creating a standard that I think is becoming very, very difficult for other AAA game publishers to keep up with, and not many can. And yeah, I don't know, man. They know what they're doing, bro. So those are my thoughts, Kratos99, on God of War Ragnarok selling 11 million copies in less than 3 months. Yeah. So, William, I will say, I think William was correct. He said at the end of December that the best is yet to come, clearly. So, William, thank you for the 50, man. Really, thank you. You're saying the 4 best things about the new beta. Number 1, when playing a PS4 game on PS5, it will now automatically say you download your PS4 save. It used to be a lot more complicated to get your save data. Yeah, that's true, man. I remember. I remember how it's just it was more cumbersome than it should have been. So for sure, you're saying number two, 1440p VRR. Yeah, man. We've come a long way, right? I feel like with I feel like with the PS5, there's been like a whole year and a half straight of people like begging for 1440p support. So we've definitely come a long way. Where not only do we have 1440p support, but VRR. And one thing I will note, William, is that with the new PS5 beta update, they did make it known that they're actually going to make it so that the 1440p option is more widely available for different displays, which I think is really useful. So if you're somebody who like is looking into 1440p support or it's something that interests you, once you get this update, I'm assuming the full update's coming out in March. That's what we've been hearing. Maybe look into it, see if it's available on your console now. You're saying 3 Discord voice chat. Yeah, that's a big one, man. People have been asking for that for a long time. And then number 4, hours played and percent to beating a game. Oh, hold on. I didn't know about this. Hours played and percent to beating a game. And then you say number 5 here, PS5 controller can update wirelessly, no cord. Yes. Oh my God. How annoying I know that's so small and stupid to some people, but the idea, dude, every time there's a DualSense update, I'm like, I don't use wires to charge my controller. I use the charging dock. So I got to like look around for a random USB-C cord. So that's definitely a nice one for sure. And yeah, dude, I would say all in all, this update for PS5, it's looking pretty good, man. I got to look into that one. Number 4, hours played and percentage to beating a game. I didn't know about that. I'm going to look into that because that sounds like it could be some very useful data. So thank you, William. I appreciate it. Again, shout out to William. He is on Twitter. He does infographics in great detail, compiles things. So, go check him out on Twitter. It's William R. Agler, I think, if I'm getting that correctly. So appreciate the continued support on the channel, man. And the insight and info. Oh, real quick before I continue on with these super chats, I gotta say, guys, did you guys see that Pedro Pascal was hosting Saturday Night Live last night? And I saw one of the skits that came out, and oh my God, it was so funny. It was HBO Super Mario Kart. Dude, I'm telling you guys, when you're done this stream, go YouTube this. It's a Super Mario, or it's a Mario Kart HBO series. It's some of the funniest stuff, man. Like, and you know what the craziest thing is? I watched this and I'm like, dude, why does Pedro Pascal, he would play the perfect live action Mario. He really would. The skit is so funny because it's like they're clearly trying to rip off The Last of Us, where it's like, imagine The Last of Us post-apocalyptic, but in the world of Mario, and they're like going up to her and like, we need something smuggled, and we're like, can you do it for us? Who are you anyway? What's your name anyway? And he's like, all like grizzled, like, it's me, Mario. It's like, oh my God. Whoever thought of this, genius. I highly recommend go watching that SNL skit. It's really funny. Big Nabs, you're saying, what's inside those Chinese spy balloons? Bro, who knows, man? Who knows? I'm seeing this stuff trending, and I think SNL actually even did a skit on that. And I'm just like, does it matter if I know what's in those Chinese spy balloons? Because what am I going to do? What is MBG going to do about the Chinese spy balloons? I don't know, man. I don't know. I see people get people getting so crazy about this stuff, and I'm just out here being like, you know what? I'm just gonna go play some Dead Space. I don't know, bro. I can't keep up anymore. I'm gonna be honest. I try not to keep up as really. I want to say that, like, talking about just because you made me think about it. The future of the world is in your hands, MBG. One of the cooler things about episode 3 of The Last of Us HBO is I thought it was cool how they showed Bill. He was like totally prepared. Like, he was preparing for this apocalypse his whole life, and he had just everything on lock. But I saw somebody say that, like, Bill knew how to survive, but Frank knew how to live. And it's totally true, man, and you see that where it's like, there's something to be said for quality of life, right? When it comes to crazy situations like that. I don't know why you talking about Chinese spy balloons made me think of that, but it did. So here we are. Layman, you're saying, what will Sony do if the Activision deal goes through? Honestly, I don't think so. I mean, at first, I don't think Sony does anything, but I don't know, man. Like, William has brought this up a couple times on the channel where he's mentioned how, like, Sony may go to the Bank of Japan and get a massive loan to make a massive acquisition themselves. But I don't know. Like, I just, like I said, man, I said this earlier, you look at the success that PlayStation is finding. Go look at their earnings report. Look at God of War selling 11 plus million copies in less than 3 months. Maybe Sony just keeps doing what they're doing. And they over time make strategic acquisitions that don't have to be massive, but make strategic acquisitions. Maybe that's what they do. Maybe they don't have to change much. I don't think Sony's on the back foot here. I mean, anything can happen over time, but I don't think much changes, frankly. At least when I see this type of success. Salmark, you're saying show was not even about Joel and Ellie. It's propaganda. Come on, man. Propaganda. Come on, bro. I feel like you're taking, like, is it really propaganda though, or is it maybe just some good storytelling? Like, it's all about perception, bro. It's all about perception. Like, if I would have said, like, fine, you want another episode about Joel and Ellie, that's fair. But it's about perception, man. Like, if you were to just go into it with an open mind saying, I'm looking for a good story, a good episode, I think you could walk away from it being like, you know what? Yeah, I think that was pretty good, but I don't know. You don't have to like it, You don't have to like it. And Salmark, again, you're saying change Frank with a woman and it turns into a story about how a guy took advantage of a vulnerable female. Comes off as weird. Also promotes euthanasia. Bro, come on, man. Are you serious? Bro, Salmark, dude, no, come on. Like, you're walking away from this episode saying it's promoting euthanasia. Come on, bro. I'm sorry. I mean, it's your opinion, bro. You're allowed to have it. I don't know how many times I'm gonna say, bro. It's your opinion. You're allowed to feel how you want, but I didn't. So I'm just gonna say this. I walked away from that episode feeling like it was trying to promote the weight of human connection. It promoting love and how far it can go in certain circumstances. That's what I got from it. I mean, it was tragic. It's a tragic ending, I think, but it is what it is. I mean, look, you're saying, I'll tell you right now, Salmark. One thing I'm gonna push back on just a little bit here, just a little bit. I do not think that if you replaced Frank with a woman, that people would view the story as a man taking advantage of a vulnerable female. I mean, I'm going to be honest. If that's how the story was told, anybody who walked away saying that would be kind of weird. Like, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? It's just a show, bro. Like, I think you're too focused on the wrong things, and I'm not here to argue with anybody, and I don't want to argue. Like, focus on what you want, but I just feel like you're focused on the wrong things. I think that the people who walked away from episode 3 of The Last of Us saying, I liked it, I don't think, I mean, look, I'm just going to go out on a limb and say most people probably liked it for the same reason I did. And that was entertaining, man. That was moving, that was really good. And that's it. Like, I'm going to be honest, man. I feel like people these days are being almost in a way conditioned to view the world through some warped lens where it's like you're just looking for things. And that's the thing I want to just convey to everybody is that if you walk around the world looking for things, doesn't matter what you're looking for, you will find it. If you seek it, you will find it pretty quickly in anything. And that's where it's just like, I'll put it to you this way. A lot of times, these things we engage with, our reaction to them are more often than not just a simple reflection of ourselves. Let that one sink in, because that's the truth, man. Like, how we react is all we have, and how we react pretty much does define us. So, I guess all I could say, man, is if you really feel that that's what this show was trying to convey in that episode, my suggestion, maybe just don't watch anymore, man. That's all, because it's like, it ain't worth all that. It's not. But to end it on a more positive note, I am very much looking forward to the next episode because apparently we're going to be meeting the hunters for the first time. And this to me is exciting because I feel like this is going to be a more action-packed episode, and I think that actually works out well because I did see some people saying that they wish there was a little bit more action in like episode 3, and yeah, I mean there wasn't that much, but now this is like it works perfectly. Have a more slower, methodical episode and let it segue into maybe a more action-packed one. And yeah, I'm excited to see how this next episode plays out. Josh Z, you're saying, I also love that it circles back to Joel and Ellie furthering their arc, even when they were only at the start and the end and there was minimal action. Yeah, true. So, you know what? Real quick, too, something else that comes to mind is, what did you guys make of the beginning of the episode? Because I almost forgot about it, where Ellie finds, or no, not the beginning. It was the end when she grabs the gun and hides it. This is very different from, you know what? I just answered my own question. It's because they already went through the hotel. Okay, never mind. I just answered my own question. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to spoil things, man. But to be fair, look, I didn't tell you how she gets the gun. And we all know, if you played The Last of Us, Ellie gets a gun at some point. So I'm just going to say I answered my own question, so I'm just going to ignore what I said there. Yeah, I agree, Josh. I think that it does. I think that episode did further Ellie and Joel's connection in the way that it really does go to show. I think it just kind of basically mirrors what's to come for Joel and Ellie to a degree, where I look at Joel more as like being similar to Bill, where they, in the episode, Bill, and this was in the game too, to a degree, it was inferred anyway, where like they refer to, Bill kind of says to Joel, like, we're protectors. That's what we do. For me, it's Frank. For you, it's at the, it was Tess. And it's just, it's interesting because I do think that that's really what the first game is kind of centered around in a big way. In the first story is it's really about like Joel's, affection and love for Ellie and wanting to protect and Ellie, obviously loving Joel as well. But the only thing I will say that's different between obviously Bill and Frank versus Joel and Ellie is that Ellie is in my opinion very different from say somebody like Frank, right? And Ellie has a very, Ellie to me almost comes off as like you could tell she's a, she's a bit of a loaded one. That's her character. She's a troublemaker to it. Maybe not a troublemaker, but a risk taker. And I think that in that sense, that's what I mean by them mirroring. Like Frank, in his effort to want to just live and have you know, have an enjoyable life, to be able to laugh and to live. That's considered in the world of The Last of Us very risky. And I feel like in a way, like that kind of does mirror the character of Ellie, where Ellie is a risk taker. You know, she's living in a way that it is risky, and I think because of her age, it comes maybe in a little bit of a form of she's a little bit ignorant to things, obviously, and she's learning as she goes. But also, you can kind of tell in Ellie there is that desire somewhere to just want to, find happiness. I think that's, it's simple concepts, but you know, very deep ones. Pragmatic Cat, you're saying, why can Ragnarok outperform God of War 1 with a new creative director, but MGS6 is allegedly impossible without Kojima? I will tell you this. I feel like Metal Gear Rising is a prime example of Metal Gear working without Kojima. I think the Metal Gear universe, and I've said this before, can work without Kojima. I really feel like it's just something that we haven't seen enough of it. Now you're talking about Metal Gear 6, and I will say there's a big difference between a spin-off like Metal Gear Rising and a full-blown Metal Gear Solid 6. I see, William, you're saying Metal Gear Solid 6 is almost done, bro. What are you talking about? Now, I'll be honest, I haven't thought about Metal Gear Solid 6. Like, it hasn't even been a thought that's occurred to me, because I'm going to be honest, I've just assumed that it's not a thing. But I will say, now that we know that Konami is planning like a Metal Gear comeback, it does make me wonder, like, is Metal Gear Solid 6 a thing, actually? And has it been in the works for a little while? I think Metal Gear Solid 6 is a situation where it's going to have to prove itself. It will get a massive wall of hate just for the fact that Kojima won't be involved. But it's one of these situations where if it can just do it justice and be a good game, I think people might find that they're actually kind of okay with it. I mean, you're always going to have purists, people who say that, dude, if Kojima's not involved, Metal Gear should just be retired and a new IP should be created. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that either. But by the way, I want to say, because I see somebody in the chat mentioning Blue Point Games working on Metal Gear. I've come to the conclusion, and I don't know, this might disappoint some people, and I could be wrong, but I've now come to the conclusion I am fairly confident that Blue Point is working on Uncharted. I think that Blue Point might be working on Uncharted. And that's all I wanted to say about that. That's just pure speculation on my part, but after really putting more thought into it, that makes the most sense. That would explain why we've heard from software insiders that apparently Sony isn't doing anything with Bloodborne. Okay, we've heard nothing about Bloodborne. There's been no movement on Bloodborne. And it also, I was thinking about it more and more, and I'm like, well, we got a reliable rumor from VGC that Metal Gear Solid 3 is being remade by Virtua Studio. And on top of that, Blue Point Games came out and said that their next game is original. It's not a new IP, but it's original content. And I'm like, there's a franchise that Sony owns that would fit that bill absolutely perfectly. Yeah. So, and that's not to say that, see, William, you're saying 80% sure Malaysia is making Uncharted 5. And here's what I want to highlight, though, because I feel like there is certainly evidence that Malaysia, and I've seen people talk about like the visual art studio, they're working on Uncharted. But here's the important thing that I feel like is worth mentioning. Uncharted is an established and very important IP to Sony. Like, Uncharted is an IP that they can't afford to fumble. I don't know. I just don't see Sony being so willing to just pass that off to, frankly, unproven studios. I mean, Malaysia, they're not really like a known PlayStation studio, and they haven't really, I don't think they've done an original game. But you could be right, man. You could be right. And, I just can't help but feel like, Blue Point may actually be the ones that were given Uncharted. And when they say like when we're working on original content and it's pretty much confirming it's an established franchise, what gap needs filling in right now? That Naughty Dog made it clear we're not making Uncharted anymore. So I don't know, just some food for thought there. And the Pragmatic Cat, again, you're saying, I heard Final Fantasy 16's themes will give a voice to youth in Asia. Some people are against youth in Asia, but it's really just a cultural thing. Yeah, I mean, I gotta admit, like, I don't know. It's not something I'm too familiar with. Like, I don't know. Like as you're saying, it's like a cultural thing, and I don't want to speak about things that I know nothing about. But I don't know. I guess I just never really thought much of it. I guess it makes sense that something like euthanasia would be a controversial thing. But again, it's just not something that I've ever really put too much thought in. But yeah, that to me, that'll be fascinating if that's a topic that Final Fantasy 16 or a theme that they want to pursue. I'll be interested in it because maybe they can give me some more insight into, how it is seen, culturally in Japan and whatnot. So, okay, so here's the thing. We're 4 hours and 16 minutes into this podcast, and guys, I have not once looked at my topic list. So I made the right call, guys. I'm not ending the podcast. I actually have something very important I want to discuss. I want to make sure I talk about this topic before I end this podcast. But I definitely made the right call at the beginning, deciding that I wasn't going to list off the topics we were going to discuss. But I'm going to look at it now just to see what I have covered. I talked about what I'm playing, so Dead Space. We definitely talked about Sony's fiscal year Q3 2022 Q3 earnings. Maybe not super in depth, but we did talk about that. We talked about the new marketing push, the PS5 shortage being over. We talked about God of War selling 11 million units. I didn't talk enough about Wolverine. I actually talked about my situation that arose with that. So I want to talk about that. I didn't talk about the Metal Gear Rising anniversary event. This I'm not going to go deeply into because basically all you need to know is that Platinum Games announced there's going to be an event. I don't know. That's what people are calling it for Metal Gear Rising, its 10th anniversary. And Platinum Games announced they're going to reveal some new artwork. So naturally, people are like, oh, is that it? You're just doing artwork? Are we going to get a remaster? Are we going to get a new game announcement? Metal Gear Rising 2? We know how these things go, guys. I'm going to tell you right now, reel in your expectations. I would fully just expect we're just getting some celebratory artwork, and that's it, just to commemorate their 10th anniversary. If we get more than that, that would be fantastic. We talked about Sony and PSVR2 and Bloomberg. One other thing that I didn't talk about very much, and honestly, I realize it's because I wrote the topic down, but now that I'm looking at it, I don't think there's much to extract from it. Spider-Man 2, we have Tony Todd, the voice actor of Venom. We have Yuri Lowenthal, the voice actor of Spider-Man, and Najee Jeter, the voice actor of Miles Morales, all interacting on Twitter, getting fans excited because they're kind of teasing and hyping the game up. So some people are thinking, oh, does this mean, does this mean that we're going to be getting new information soon on Spider-Man 2? No, I don't think so. Give me a second. I put my light on over here because it's starting to get a little bit dim in here. I don't know if that actually helped or not. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it brightened it up a little bit. So put my light on this time. I'm not going to talk about that because I'm going to be honest. I feel like at this point with Spider-Man 2, it's one of these things where it's like, yeah, this is not the first time voice actor, Tony Todd has teased things out and we haven't got anything. I think it's pretty clear at this point. I'm always going to talk about it in my news videos just to make people aware of it because, I think people just want to know what's going on. But I think at this point, it's pretty safe to say that, that we're not. PlayStation's going to talk about Spider-Man when they're ready, when they want to. right? Like, I feel like that's where we are right now. Um, so that's pretty much all I have to say about that. But so there are two major topics I want to discuss with you guys before this podcast ends. Number one, I want to talk about Wolverine, and I'm going to save that for last. But we need to talk about live service games and how it seems there's a live service games crisis occurring where multiple live service games in 1 week have announced that they're shutting down. And this is important because I've seen multiple people coming out and saying like, uh-oh, like, did Sony screw up by deciding that they're going to pursue like 12 or 13 live service games? And I feel like this is an important conversation to have. So first and foremost, I have to find a list of these live service games. I apologize. I'm a little bit underprepared. I thought I had it up, but as always, I end up screwing it up and forgetting to put something up here. I want to find the entire full list of live service games that are shutting down. I just don't know where. I don't know where to look. I'm on Benji Sales Twitter right now. I feel like he would have listed these games. Maybe not. No, it doesn't look like he listed them out. Huh. Maybe, you know what? Hold on. I think, believe it or not, live service games shutting down. I apologize, guys. I should have had this up and ready to go. All right, so I see Destructoid. They put out an article and it says 2023 has had a rough start for live service game closures. They say online game closures are nothing new to the industry. New multiplayer and purely online games come and go with the seasons. But we're a month into 2023 and have seen a heavy smattering of live service games announcing their imminent closure. Live service games or games as a service games constantly update. They find life in the churn, and for some, it's an extremely lucrative prospect. Look no further than Fortnite, Call of Duty Warzone, or Genshin Impact, even MMOs. So it says here, still this past week, we've seen a number of newer games announce their imminent closure. Fellow media outlet Gamatsu put together a handy list over on Twitter. Okay, so there we go. I think I found the list here. All right, we're gonna read through this list of live service games that are closing this month. And Josh, you're saying I think PlayStation acquired First Contact Studio. What makes you think that, Josh? I didn't see any announcement for that. All right, so in alphabetical order, these are the games that live service games that announced in 1 week. They've all announced they're closing down. Apex Legends Mobile. Battlefield Mobile was actually just straight up canceled. Excuse me. Crime Site. Don't know what that game is. Crossfire X, the Xbox exclusive. Dragon Quest, The Adventure of Dai, A Hero's Bonds, Echo VR, Knockout City, Love Live, School Idol Festival, and Rumbleverse. Now, I think Rumbleverse is actually an Epic Games title. Knockout City, yeah, So here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. I feel like you look at a list like this and you know, it's natural to immediately think to yourself, uh-oh, maybe live service isn't the way to go. But here's what I want to ask you guys. What do I don't want to say all of these games because I don't know all of these games, but what does it seem like a common thread between these games is? Because I feel like I can identify something. I look at games like the games that I'm aware of. I don't know if Apex Legends Mobile was good or not. I'll tell you, I didn't care about it at all. I didn't care about Battlefield Mobile being in development. I look at Crossfire X. I look at Knockout City. I look at Rumbleverse. And, you know, it's actually really funny because I've seen people pointing out that, you know, you look at all these live service game closures and you know what live service game still is alive and kicking? Knock on wood. You know, it might end up announced tomorrow that it's closing down. Sony's own Destruction All-Stars. I guess maybe that's wise of Sony to not close it, to not end it, because they probably feel like, you know, if we have all these live service games in development, we probably shouldn't close this now because it's just not a good look, right? But to me, I see these games that are closing, and to me, it just seems so obvious. And I'm not trying to be mean towards the games. I'm not. But it just seems so obvious to me that like these games were not ever going to take off. I'm not saying that they're bad games or that there isn't something there, but the thing about creating a successful live service game is it's very much like you either have it or you don't. Like there's haves and there's have-nots. And I hate to put it that way, but that's the nature of live service. You're either going to find that success or you're going to crash and burn. There is no middle ground for live service. And it's interesting because like I play a game frequently, like I talked about earlier, Dead by Daylight. Now that is look, from what I can tell, Dead by Daylight is an incredibly successful live service game. They constantly bring out new content. They have a very tight knit but relatively large community, and I think that that's the nature. Like that right there is the key pillar that is needed for a successful live service game. You need players, like quite a bit of them. You can't keep a live service game going if there aren't A, enough people to, playing, and B, enough people there to spend money on the cosmetics and the to make the purchases necessary to keep the game alive. And I feel like, let's face it, Crossfire X was considered a garbage game. And I'm not trying to pick on that game in particular, but it's like, I'm not surprised that that game's shutting down. A game like Knockout City, it's a game that I think probably has a fun concept where it's like, it's a dodgeball game. But it's like, think about that. Like, how far can this really go? I mean, really, it's a dodgeball game. Like, I mean, you know what I mean? You look at a game like Apex Legends Mobile, I feel like is the one that's kind of strange to me, where it's like I feel like that probably was successful. But let's also take a look at Rumbleverse. I remember seeing the first trailer for Rumbleverse and thinking like, this is literally the style, the art style, everything about it. It just looks like it wants to be another Fortnite, and that's, I'm not saying that guarantees it's going to fail, but it's like we already have Fortnite. Like that's the point. Like we already have Fortnite, and I know that the gameplay was different, but to me, a game like that is like, it looked like, I don't know what Rumbleverse was about, but based off the trailer I saw and the actual name of it, I feel like it was basically like, here's Fortnite, but you punch each other, like you fight each other instead of shooting each other. And I'm like, I mean, to me, it's like not surprising why it failed, because it's like that. And I get it. Like sometimes that's the nature of these games where it's like, you don't know. Like I could understand why in the concept stage and the development process, maybe you think this could be the next big thing. And it could be. You don't know. You do not know what the next big thing is going to be. But I guess what I'm trying to highlight is I don't think Sony's making a mistake here. And the reason is this. Sony's not stupid. Sony's not looking at these live service games being canceled and thinking, oh man, we really screwed up here. The Last of Us multiplayer, that's going to be a live service game, guys. Like that is 100% a game as a service. And one of the things you're going to see Naughty Dog do, and one of the reasons why they've grown their studio so much, is they're going to have a dedicated team that is constantly putting out events and content. But let me ask you something. What is the advantage that Sony, specifically Naughty Dog, has in making a live service game in 2023? The advantage that they have is they know how to make very high quality video games. They have a template that is the impeccable gameplay of The Last of Us that they're now going to put out there in a live service game. They have everything working for them. So I'm not saying that a game like The Last of Us multiplayer, and GT7 is also a live service game. I'm not saying that a game like The Last of Us multiplayer can't fail, but it has so much going for it that it would be like, if you look at the list of games here where they're shutting down, none of these games touch The Last of Us. Like not even, like they're not even in the same ballpark. You know what I mean? And that's important to understand. Now, let's take a look at something else like this upcoming Horizon game. Okay. I believe The Last of Us multiplayer will be a success, right? And I also want to point out that there are many successful live service games. So it's easy to read the headlines to see the studios that are about to close their live service games and say, well, that's it. Live service games are a wrap. But you're also, I feel like people are completely ignoring that actually there is a ton of very successful live service games. And it's worth noting that a lot of these studios, unfortunately, if you look at these games, these aren't bigger games, most of them anyway, or at least a lot of them. They're not necessarily big games coming from big publishers. I mean, yes, Apex Legends Mobile, that's EA, Rumble versus Epic Games. So it's not like it's unheard of, but I just want to point out that there are successful live service games, and that's what Sony's pursuing. And I look at a game like the upcoming Horizon multiplayer. Now, something we learned last week is that this Horizon multiplayer game is apparently going to have the Fortnite aesthetic. Or you know what? Maybe that's not fair. The Genshin Impact aesthetic, right? Because let's not pretend that Fortnite's the only successful live service game that has this kind of style. Yeah, I mean, I think it'll have the advantage of it has the Horizon name behind it. If they're going for a different art style, that tells me that they might be willing to go for a different gameplay style. And maybe that will work for or against it. I guess what I'm trying to say is I could see the Horizon multiplayer game, unfortunately, failing. I'm not saying it will. I'm just saying I think it has a higher chance. It seems like it's trying to do things a little bit different. It's, I feel like if Sony wanted to make a live service Horizon game that was literally just basically what The Last of Us is going to be, where it's like it's going to have the same art style, the same gameplay mechanics. It's just Horizon, but in a multiplayer setting, co-op setting. I think it would not necessarily be guaranteed success, but I feel like to a degree it would be there because anybody who played the Horizon single player games, they're likely going to be interested in trying that out, to a degree. But that's not what they're going for. Now, where I really begin to worry, okay, where I really begin to worry about Sony's pursuit of live service games comes in the form of, let's say, London Studio. London Studio is working on a brand new IP, so that's already risky. It's a fantasy game with a somewhat cartoony art style set in London. This to me is this is so risky because this is going to be a live service game, and this is very I could see whatever this game's going to be ending up on this list of live service games that have to shut down because it's a tough sell. It's a tough sell to basically here's our new live service game with a cartoony art style. I see somebody saying you said you want PS to take risks. I do. I want PlayStation to take risks, and I'm not rooting against it. Don't mistake what I'm saying. I'm not rooting against it. I'm just saying it is risky. Here's the point that I'm trying to get at, though. Here's the point that I'm trying to get at. The way I see Sony's approach to live service games is very simple, and it's something we've talked about many times before. I do believe that Sony is taking a throw everything at the wall approach and something is likely to stick. I think Sony is very much prepared for the majority of their live service efforts to be relatively fruitless and to not necessarily take off. I think that Sony is willing to settle for a relatively successful live service game. So, let's just use this Sony London live service game. Maybe it's not a huge game. Maybe it doesn't take off, but maybe it has a decent player base and it's doing good enough, right? And it's something that can potentially be grown further in the future. I don't think that they'll just axe it right out, oh, it didn't blow up and become huge. I don't think Sony's just going to axe it. But I think that there is a bit of pressure on some of Sony's bigger studios that are working on these live service games. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but I'm sure many of you do. Ghost of Tsushima had a free multiplayer component. And people were so thoroughly impressed with this multiplayer component. They were like, dude, this free multiplayer component to Ghost of Tsushima is done better than most live service games. It was perfect to a lot of people. The template is there. So the idea of getting a Ghost of Tsushima live service game alongside Ghost of Tsushima 2, not at all out of the realm of possibility. That I feel like is something that could definitely find pretty significant success because the template's already there. The test bed was already there and people liked it. And Ghost of Tsushima has amazing gameplay. Plus the name Ghost of Tsushima. So I really think that Sony is not afraid of failing because I think they expect there will be failures. But I think that they are looking at it as they need at least a couple of these live service games to do pretty well. And I think what they're really striving for is at least one of these live service games to take off, to be up there with the GTA Onlines, the Minecrafts, the Fortnites, that whatever else you want to insert super successful live service game. I think Sony wants at least one of their games to reach that status, and we'll see if they can do that, man. So I had to talk about this topic. I'm running out of steam now. So what I'm going to do is now shift immediately to Wolverine because I want to make sure I talk about it, but I'm running out of steam. So forgive me if this is a shorter topic, but I have some things to say. Jeff Grubb came out, gave us new information on the Wolverine PS5 title coming from Insomniac Games. First off, it's going to have a mature rating. Not necessarily surprising, but very reassuring to hear. I think we can all agree that we would not get a proper Wolverine game. Yeah, my caffeine's running out, man. The crash is coming. We would not have a proper Wolverine game if it wasn't going to be M-rated. And I feel like Insomniac hinted previously that it's going to be M-rated. Number two, we're hearing that it's going to take place before he joins the X-Men. I think this is good. To me, this is I don't want to say the most interesting version of Logan, but it kind of is, right? Like I fully anticipated that we're not just going to see him integrated into the X-Men. And we don't know if he's going to run into the X-Men during this game, but it's going to be him on his own. We're also hearing that apparently Insomniac is currently targeting a fall 2024 release. But, there is certainly the possibility that they may have to delay it into early 2025, which falls in line with exactly what people's expectations are, frankly. I want to emphasize that it would be absolutely incredible if Insomniac is able to pull off, hey, we're doing Spider-Man 2 fall 2023, and we're following up with Wolverine in fall of 2024. That would be bonkers, to say the least. That would just be insane. Something else very important that we're learning about Wolverine, and this seems to be the most divisive thing so far, because I have seen at least quite a few people say that they're very disappointed to hear this, or maybe they're not even going to buy the game. I've also seen other people express excitement. Wolverine for PS5 is not going to be a fully open world game. It's going to be semi-open world akin to something like God of War, where it's mostly a linear game, but there are these wider, more open world like sections for exploration. Basically what we would call wide linear. I love this. I absolutely love this. This to me is music to my ears. I feel like these days I'm getting a little bit burned out with open world in the sense that I love open world games, but I don't need every game to be open world. You know what I mean? I feel like that's exactly how I feel. I love open world games, but not every game needs to be it. So them going with a semi-open world, or what would be considered a wide linear, to me is absolutely perfect and exactly what Wolverine should be. I trust Insomniac. And I think people need to put faith in Insomniac. Like if you're somebody who's upset that what you're telling me Wolverine isn't going to be open world, suddenly I'm less excited. Trust Insomniac, man. Like they know what's going to be best for their game. I'm sure that they considered making an open world, but they probably realized that this game would be best served with a wide linear. You have to trust the developers and the process and the decision making, because I have no doubt in my mind that if Insomniac they decided this game can't be fully open world, it's probably because it would have been worse off, being fully open world. It would be like for a fact that Insomniac had the conversation with Spider-Man PS4, should it be a linear game? And I just feel like they were like, no, this should absolutely be an open world game. It fits it perfectly. So, these are the things that we learned about Wolverine. And I don't think this information like really blew up very big. Because it's like you would think like, oh, we got our first Wolverine leak. Like, surely this is going to be massive, colossal news. The reason why I don't think so is because I feel like the information that Jeff Grubb gave us, while it's very good information, it's almost like we kind of like, it falls perfectly in line with everything we assumed. And this is a good thing. This is a good thing because I feel like, I don't know, man. I have this picture in my head. Yeah, it's not official information yet. That's probably another reason why it's not being talked about as much. And it's also a little bit strange that I feel like, wait, we're hearing more about Wolverine than Spider-Man 2, but Spider-Man 2 is coming this year and Wolverine next year. So there's multiple factors here. But to me, it's exciting. It's exciting, and I can't wait to officially see Wolverine. Dude, that's the thing, man. I want people to know, like, Sony didn't do a showcase last year, and they did a pretty light showcase in 2021 in terms of how much they actually showed. So we are at a point, guys, where like Sony could just come out and be like, here's some Spider-Man 2 gameplay, and here's some Wolverine gameplay too, or a new Wolverine trailer. And apparently he also said that there might be a chance that Wolverine could cameo in Spider-Man 2, maybe like an end credits thing. This would be huge. But guys, I don't know if you can hear my son crying out in the other room, but I think this is where I'm gonna have to end the podcast. I'm sure that he's waiting on me to finish up so we can hang out for a little bit, get dinner going. But yeah, dude, a lot of great topics to talk about. I will say I do feel like there is some stuff that I wanted to talk about or some stuff left unsaid that I know that sounds insane, where it's like, dude, you almost had a 5-hour podcast where it's just you talking straight. How is it possible that you could have more to say or have missed some things? It happens, man. There's a lot going on PlayStation. I want to end this podcast on a specific note, though. At least I'm gonna try to. All right. So where I want to end the podcast. Well, first off, guys, please do me one last favor. Hit that like button for me. It'd be awesome if we could. I don't know if we could do it because we only have 4. I mean, it's a lot of people, but let's see if we can get 500 likes. That's all I'm saying. I want to end this podcast by simply saying that, as somebody who follows PlayStation and that's what this channel is all about and that's what we cover, I think this past week, while maybe we're not necessarily getting like new game announcements yet, there's no showcase yet. These things aren't necessarily happening yet because we're still early in the year. This is the first like major, like big major sign, great sign that I think things really are about to turn around. I've been saying this for a long time, guys. I have been, and I know I sound like a broken record, where it's like, dude, how many times are you gonna say things are gonna get better, things are gonna get more exciting? PlayStation's really gonna come out. But I just want to emphasize that what we are seeing Sony do now, these past couple weeks, is something that they haven't done since the launch of the PS5. They haven't done for the past 2 years, and that is they now have consoles to sell. They have as many to sell as they possibly can. And this is only going to be good for PlayStation fans, for people who are excited. I said it earlier in the podcast. I'll say it again. I think we're going to start seeing Sony put the pedal to the metal. And I think it's going to get crazy, man. I think it's going to get crazy. I think it's going to get exciting. And I'm looking forward to it. So final thoughts before I head out. Thank you guys so much. Really. You guys showed up in force today with this podcast. The amount of support that you guys show me with the super chats and the channel memberships, but specifically with the super chats, absolutely insane. I really cannot thank you guys enough. You keep the dream alive. You keep it thriving. So I'm very grateful that I'm able to do this show each week and hang out with you guys. And yeah, I'm gonna watch The Last of Us episode 4 tonight, and we will discuss it next week. I'll try to give a bigger spoiler warning. I know people, you know what, and I'll say this too. People have been asking me to put on screen spoiler if I'm talking about it. I did that one time. I should probably continue doing that. So, and one last time, man, shout out to all my channel members. Shout out to everybody who donated a super chat, and a shout out to my mods. Shout out to Devil Shooter doing the timestamps each week for the podcast. And just a simple shout out to everybody who takes time out of the day to watch my content. Really do mean it. But that's episode 146 in the books, 4 hours and 45 minutes. Let's go. Oh man, you could tell I'm done. I'm drained. So I'll catch you guys in the next episode, same time, same place next week. Until then, look forward to the regular content. But that's it. I'm out, guys. Until next time, take care, everyone.